Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Are you tired of family drama? It is something we all experience at some point in life. From minor misunderstandings to deep-rooted conflicts, navigating relationships with those closest to us can be one of life's greatest challenges. Why is it so hard? Often, it's because family ties come with expectations, shared histories, and emotional bonds that make every interaction more significant. But what if there were practical strategies to approach family drama with calm and clarity? In this video, we'll uncover the top 10 principles for dealing with family drama. Timeless strategies inspired by ancient wisdom and modern psychology. Whether you're dealing with a difficult sibling, managing in-law conflicts, or navigating generational gaps, these principles will help you foster healthier relationships and maintain your inner peace. By the end of this video, you'll have the tools to manage challenging situations, reduce stress, and focus on what truly matters. No matter how complicated family dynamics may seem, there is always room for growth, understanding, and resolution. Let's embark on this journey together and explore how you can apply these principles to your life today. 1. Understand before reacting. Family drama often stems from knee-jerk reactions. A single poorly chosen word or tone can escalate tensions, turning minor misunderstandings into major conflicts. The first step toward diffusing these situations is learning to pause before reacting emotionally. Instead of immediately responding, take a moment to breathe and assess what's truly happening. For example, imagine a family member criticizes your decisions in front of others. It's natural to feel defensive or embarrassed, but reacting impulsively, snapping back or walking away, might worsen the situation. Instead, try to see beyond the words. What's motivating their comment? Are they feeling unheard, or could they be projecting their own insecurities? To build this habit, practice active listening. Pay attention not just to what's being said, but to the emotions behind the words. For instance, if a relative says, "You never call anymore," they might not just be complaining, they could be expressing loneliness. Responding with empathy, like, "I didn't realize you were feeling that way. How can I make it better?" shows care and diffuses tension. This principle is about shifting from reaction to reflection. Over time, this approach reduces conflict, fosters understanding, and helps you navigate emotionally charged situations with grace. 2. Set healthy boundaries. Families often operate with unwritten rules, and without clear communication, boundaries can easily be crossed. Setting boundaries is not only an act of self-respect, but also a way to teach others how you expect to be treated. Imagine a scenario where a family member constantly calls to unload their problems, leaving you emotionally drained. While it's important to support loved ones, it's equally vital to protect your own mental health. A boundary in this case might sound like, "I value our conversations, but I can't always be available to talk. Let's set a time that works for both of us." Enforcing boundaries can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you fear being perceived as selfish. However, boundaries are not about rejection. They're about creating a space where everyone's needs are respected. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your life choices, you might say, "I appreciate your concern, but these decisions are mine to make. I'd like us to focus on enjoying our time together instead." Consistent boundary setting doesn't just protect your emotional well-being. It can also inspire others in your family to reflect on their own behavior. Over time, these efforts build stronger, more respectful relationships. 3. Practice empathy and compassion. Empathy is a powerful antidote to family drama. It's easy to get caught up in your own perspective, but taking the time to understand what others are experiencing can completely change how you handle conflicts. Consider a sibling who often seems irritable and dismissive. Instead of labeling them as rude or distant, try to understand what might be driving their behavior. Are they under pressure at work? Struggling with personal challenges they haven't shared? When you view their actions through a lens of empathy, it becomes easier to approach them with patience rather than frustration. Compassion is empathy in action. For example, if a family member lashes out during an argument, instead of retaliating, you could say, "I can see this is really upsetting for you. Let's talk about how we can work through this together." This response not only calms the situation, but also shows your willingness to prioritize the relationship over the conflict. Empathy doesn't mean tolerating harmful behavior, but it does mean acknowledging the humanity behind it. When you lead with compassion, you set the tone for healthier, more constructive interactions. 4. Communicate effectively. Clear and honest communication is the foundation of healthy family relationships. Yet, many of us fall into common communication traps, assuming others know what we mean, avoiding tough conversations, or using language that places blame. Effective communication starts with clarity. For example, instead of saying, "You're always so selfish," which can escalate tensions, try, "I feel overwhelmed when I don't get help with chores. Can we talk about how to divide them more evenly?" This approach focuses on your feelings rather than attacking the other person, making it more likely they'll respond positively. Listening is just as important as speaking. Active listening involves more than just hearing words. It's about understanding the message behind them. When a family member expresses frustration, resist the urge to interrupt or offer solutions immediately. Instead, paraphrase their words to ensure you understand their perspective, saying, "It sounds like you're feeling unappreciated. Is that right?" Non-verbal cues also play a crucial role in communication. Open body language, maintaining eye contact, and nodding affirmatively show you're engaged and receptive. Avoid crossing your arms or looking distracted, as these signals can create barriers to connection. Over time, mastering these communication skills can transform how your family interacts, paving the way for deeper understanding and trust. 5. Detach from the need to control. The need to control is a common yet unhelpful instinct in family dynamics. Whether it's trying to fix someone's behavior or expecting everyone to conform to your expectations, this desire often leads to disappointment and conflict. For example, you might wish a family member would adopt healthier habits or avoid certain behaviors. While it's natural to want the best for them, constantly criticizing or pushing for change can create resistance. Instead, focus on what you can control, your own actions and reactions. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. it means you recognize the limits of your influence. For instance, if a relative often makes provocative comments, you can choose not to engage. Saying, "I respect your opinion, but I'd like to steer the conversation in a different direction," allows you to maintain peace without compromising your values. Letting go of control is empowering. It frees you from the stress of trying to manage others and allows you to invest your energy in creating positive changes within yourself. 6. Accept family members as they are. Every family member comes with their own quirks, flaws, and strengths. Expecting them to fit a perfect mold can lead to frustration and disappointment. Acceptance is about letting go of these expectations and embracing your loved ones for who they truly are. For instance, if your parent is overly involved in your life, instead of trying to change their behavior entirely, you might say, "I know you care deeply about me, and I appreciate your concern. I also need some space to make my own decisions." This approach acknowledges their intentions while asserting your needs. When you focus on the positives, such as their support or love, it becomes easier to accept their less desirable traits without letting them overshadow the relationship. 7. Focus on solutions, not problems. It's easy to get trapped in a loop of rehashing past conflicts, revisiting old wounds, and assigning blame. While venting frustrations can feel cathartic in the moment, this approach rarely leads to resolution. Instead, focusing on actionable solutions shifts the narrative from conflict to collaboration. For example, if a family gathering always ends in arguments over household responsibilities, try reframing the situation. Instead of saying, "You never help out," consider proposing, "How about we divide tasks so that everyone contributes?" This subtle shift focuses on moving forward rather than dwelling on grievances. Solution-focused thinking also involves taking proactive steps to prevent recurring issues. If misunderstandings often arise from unclear communication, suggest regular family check-ins, where everyone can voice concerns in a calm and neutral setting. This not only addresses issues before they escalate, but also fosters a sense of teamwork. Focusing on solutions doesn't mean ignoring past hurts. It means using them as a foundation for growth. By redirecting energy toward what can be improved, you create an environment where progress feels achievable and relationships are strengthened. 8. Know when to step back. Sometimes, the healthiest thing you can do in the midst of family drama is to step back. This doesn't mean giving up on the relationship. It means creating space to process emotions and allow tensions to cool. For instance, if an argument becomes heated, recognize the signs that it's heading in a negative direction. Instead of engaging further, calmly say, "I think we both need some time to reflect. Let's revisit this later." Stepping back in this way not only prevents escalation, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. In more persistent situations, such as dealing with a toxic family member, stepping back might mean limiting contact or setting firm boundaries. It's okay to prioritize your mental health by reducing interactions that consistently drain you. This doesn't have to be permanent, but it can provide the clarity and emotional stability needed to approach the relationship more constructively in the future. Remember, stepping back isn't about avoiding problems. It's about choosing when and how to engage in a way that serves your well-being and the health of the relationship. 9. Forgiveness as a tool for freedom. Forgiveness is often misunderstood. It's not about excusing harmful behavior or forgetting the past. It's about releasing the emotional burden of resentment and reclaiming your peace. When you hold on to grudges, the anger and pain weigh you down far more than they affect the other person. Take, for example, a situation where a family member has wronged you deeply. The hurt might linger for years, shaping how you view them and even how you see yourself. Forgiveness doesn't mean pretending the harm didn't happen. Instead, it's a conscious choice to let go of the anger that keeps you tethered to the pain. One way to begin the process of forgiveness is through reflection. Write down what happened, how it made you feel, and why holding on to the grudge has impacted your life. Then, consider what letting go might look like, not for their benefit, but for your own. Forgiveness is ultimately an act of self-liberation. By choosing to forgive, you free yourself from the emotional shackles of the past and create space for healing and growth. 10. Prioritize your well-being. In the midst of family drama, it's easy to lose sight of your own needs. However, prioritizing your well-being is essential, not only for your own health, but also for your ability to navigate relationships effectively. You can't pour from an empty cup, and neglecting self-care only adds to the stress and tension in family dynamics. Start by identifying what nourishes your mental and emotional health. This could include practices like meditation, journaling, exercise, or simply spending time with supportive friends outside of your family circle. Engaging in these activities regularly helps you maintain a sense of balance and perspective, even during challenging times. Another crucial aspect of prioritizing your well-being is seeking support when needed. This might mean talking to a therapist to process complex emotions or joining a support group for people dealing with similar family issues. Remember, there's strength in acknowledging when you need help and taking steps to find it. Finally, recognize that it's okay to say no. If a family event or request feels overwhelming, give yourself permission to decline. Protecting your peace doesn't mean you love your family any less. It means you're creating the emotional space needed to show up as your best self. Solutions, suggestions. Managing family drama can feel overwhelming, but with the right strategies, you can create a more harmonious dynamic. Here are actionable solutions to help you implement the top 10 principles effectively. Pause before responding. When tensions rise, your first instinct might be to respond emotionally. Instead, pause and give yourself time to process. Count to 10, take a deep breath, or excuse yourself from the situation. For example, you might say, "I need a moment to think about what you've said before I respond." This simple habit prevents impulsive reactions and keeps the focus on resolution rather than escalation. Practice role-playing conversations. If you struggle with expressing your feelings, especially in emotionally charged situations, consider practicing with a trusted friend, partner, or therapist. Role-playing difficult conversations allows you to refine your message and prepare for potential responses. For instance, if you anticipate pushback from a family member when setting a boundary, you can practice staying calm and assertive during the discussion. Journaling for emotional clarity. Writing down your thoughts and feelings is a powerful way to process emotions and gain insight into recurring patterns in family dynamics. Journaling helps you clarify what's truly bothering you and what outcome you'd like to achieve. Before approaching a family member about a conflict, jot down your thoughts to ensure your message is clear and constructive. Set up regular family check-ins. Proactively addressing issues can prevent small disagreements from snowballing into larger conflicts. consider scheduling regular family check-ins, informal gatherings where everyone has the opportunity to voice their concerns in a calm and supportive environment. For example, during a family dinner or meeting, you could say, "Let's take a moment to check in with one another. Are there any concerns or suggestions we need to address?" Focus on timing and environment. Timing is everything when it comes to addressing sensitive topics. Avoid bringing up issues during high-stress moments or in public settings. Instead, choose a time when everyone is calm and available to talk. A quiet, neutral location can also help create a more open and relaxed atmosphere for discussions. Develop a family agreement. For recurring conflicts, such as disagreements about shared responsibilities, consider creating a family agreement. This document outlines expectations and solutions agreed upon by all parties. For example, in a household where chores often cause tension, a written agreement could specify who is responsible for each task and when they should be completed. Leverage external support. If family drama becomes overwhelming or persists despite your best efforts, don't hesitate to seek outside help. Family therapy can provide a neutral space for resolving deep-seated conflicts, while individual counseling can equip you with the tools to manage stress and maintain healthy boundaries. Create an emotional toolkit. Equip yourself with strategies to stay calm and composed during conflicts. Techniques such as deep breathing, grounding exercises, or repeating affirmations like, "I can handle this calmly," can help you manage your emotions in the heat of the moment. Having these tools readily available makes it easier to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Find common ground. When addressing conflicts, focus on areas of agreement rather than dwelling on differences. For example, if you and a sibling disagree about how to handle a family matter, emphasize shared goals like wanting the best for your parents or maintaining family harmony. Starting from a place of agreement fosters collaboration and reduces defensiveness. Celebrate small wins. Progress in family relationships often happens incrementally. Celebrate small victories, such as successfully setting a boundary or resolving a minor disagreement without escalation. Acknowledging these moments reinforces positive change and motivates you to keep applying the principles. Family relationships are some of the most rewarding yet challenging connections we navigate in life. They're woven with love, history, and deep emotional ties, which can sometimes make conflicts feel overwhelming. But by applying these principles, you can approach family drama with a sense of clarity, compassion, and confidence. The key takeaway is this: you cannot control the actions of others, but you can control how you respond. By pausing before reacting, setting healthy boundaries, and communicating effectively, you create the conditions for understanding and resolution. When you practice empathy and compassion, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also foster a sense of peace within yourself. Remember, progress takes time. Small, consistent efforts lead to meaningful change. Whether it's forgiving past wrongs, stepping back when necessary, or focusing on solutions instead of problems, every step you take toward healthier family dynamics brings you closer to the harmony you deserve. We hope this video has inspired you to reflect on how you approach family challenges and provided practical tools for managing them. If you found these insights valuable, please subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on personal growth and navigating life's complexities. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and share your own tips for dealing with family drama in the comments below. Together, we can create a community of support and understanding.
Unlock the 15 secret to unshakable self-discipline. Imagine waking up with an unwavering sense of purpose, unshaken by setbacks and chaos, relentlessly focused on what truly matters. This was the reality for Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. His timeless wisdom on self-discipline is startlingly relevant today. In a world full of distractions and instant gratifications, Stoic principles offer practical tools to turn adversity into advantage and emotional turmoil into tranquility. Whether you're seeking inner peace or greater productivity, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius provide profound insights. Join us as we explore 15 powerful Stoic principles that can transform how you handle life's challenges and cultivate a disciplined, purposeful life. Stay tuned to uncover the secrets to thriving in any circumstance with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Number 1, control your emotions. In the bustling chaos of our modern world, maintaining control over our emotions is a cornerstone of Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius, the revered Roman emperor, taught that emotions, when unchecked, can cloud our judgment and lead us astray. To achieve self-discipline, we must learn to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. This is not about suppressing emotions, but mastering them. When we control our emotions, we take the driver's seat of our lives. We become less reactive and more proactive, making decisions grounded in reason rather than fleeting feelings. This emotional control is a shield against the storms of life, allowing us to navigate through adversities with grace and resilience. Consider the strength required to remain composed when provoked, or to stay hopeful amidst despair. This inner fortitude is the essence of Stoicism. By practicing mindfulness and detachment, we train ourselves to observe our emotions without being overwhelmed by them. This practice cultivates an inner peace that is unshakable, regardless of external circumstances. By harnessing the power of emotional control, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. In doing so, we pave the way for a disciplined life, rich in purpose and inner strength. Number 2, practice voluntary hardship. Voluntary hardship is a profound Stoic practice that fortifies the mind against life's unpredictabilities. Marcus Aurelius, like many Stoics, believed that experiencing discomfort by choice strengthens our resilience. By deliberately embracing minor hardships, we prepare ourselves for the inevitable challenges life will throw our way. This practice is not about self-punishment, but about perspective. When we choose to endure discomfort, such as forgoing certain luxuries or enduring physical challenges, we build mental toughness. We learn to appreciate our comforts more deeply and become less reliant on them. In a world obsessed with comfort, voluntary hardship teaches us to value resilience over convenience. It's a training ground for the mind, enabling us to remain composed in the face of adversity. By stepping out of our comfort zones regularly, we expand our capacity for endurance and foster a deeper appreciation for what we have. Embracing voluntary hardship cultivates gratitude and empathy, connecting us to the reality of those who live within voluntary hardships daily. It's a reminder of our shared human condition and a powerful way to build a disciplined, resilient character. Number 3, count on yourself. Self-reliance is a fundamental tenet of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of personal accountability and independence, teaching us that the ultimate responsibility for our actions and growth lies within us. Counting on yourself means trusting your abilities and judgments, fostering inner strength and confidence. In today's interconnected world, it's easy to seek validation and direction from external sources. However, Stoicism encourages us to filter out this noise and listen to our inner voice. By doing so, we develop autonomy in our decision-making processes, aligning our choices with our core values rather than external pressures. This principle is about embracing our agency and recognizing our capacity to navigate life's challenges independently. It's not about isolation, but about a profound understanding that our happiness and success are primarily our own responsibility. By counting on yourself, you build resilience and self-discipline. You become more grounded and less swayed by external opinions and events. This self-reliance is liberating, empowering you to face life's uncertainties with a calm and composed mind. Number 4, develop a morning and evening routine. Establishing structured routines at the beginning and end of your day can significantly enhance self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of routines in fostering a focused and purposeful life. A morning routine sets the tone for your day, while an evening routine helps you reflect and reset. Incorporate practices such as meditation, journaling, or setting intentions in the morning. These activities ground you, providing clarity and focus for the day ahead. An evening routine might include reflection, gratitude exercises, or planning for the next day. This time allows you to review your actions, celebrate your successes, and learn from your missteps. Routines anchor your day in purpose and intention, making it easier to stay disciplined and aligned with your goals. They provide a framework that supports consistent effort, essential for personal growth and resilience. By dedicating time to these routines, you create a rhythm that nurtures your mind and spirit. This practice helps you start and end each day with a sense of accomplishment and readiness to face whatever comes your way. Number 5, never play the victim. Stoicism teaches us to take full responsibility for our reactions to external events. Marcus Aurelius believed that our happiness and peace of mind depend more on our internal state than external circumstances. Refusing to play the victim means shifting focus from what happens to us to how we respond. This principle is empowering. It frees us from the constraints of a victim mentality where we see ourselves as passive recipients of life's hardships. Instead, we become active participants, seizing control over our perceptions and reactions. This shift in mindset is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Practicing this principle involves observing our habitual responses to challenges. Do we blame others or external factors? Do we complain rather than address the situation? By changing these patterns, we reclaim our power and redirect our energies more constructively. Never playing the victim transforms potential feelings of helplessness into moments of choice. It's about seeing every obstacle as an opportunity to practice virtue and strengthen character. This proactive approach aligns with the Stoic ideal of emotional independence, enabling us to live in alignment with our deepest principles. Number 6, ignore naysayers. In a world where opinions are plentiful, maintaining focus and resilience in the face of criticism is vital. Marcus Aurelius taught that the approval or disapproval of others is beyond our control and should not dictate our actions. Ignoring naysayers is about cultivating mental resilience and staying true to our convictions. Stoic indifference is not about dismissing others, but about maintaining an internal locus of control. It encourages us to filter out noise that does not serve our higher purposes or align with our values. This practice helps us remain steadfast in our goals, undeterred by baseless criticism. In practical terms, this means evaluating the source and intent of criticism. Is it informed and well-meaning? Does it align with your core values? Constructive feedback is valuable, but baseless negativity should not deter you from your path. Ignoring naysayers enhances emotional resilience and focus, making you less reactive to negative opinions. It's about investing your emotional energy where it truly matters, staying true to yourself and your vision. Number 7, honestly review your day. A key Stoic practice is the honest review of one's day. Marcus Aurelius used this technique to ensure he was growing both as a ruler and a philosopher. This reflective process involves examining your thoughts, actions, and responses to see if they align with your values and Stoic virtues. The purpose of this daily review is not self-criticism, but self-improvement. By observing your behaviors, you can learn and adjust, continuously refining yourself. This practice fosters self-awareness and guides you in living a more deliberate and intentional life. Incorporate this habit by setting aside time each evening to reflect. Ask yourself, how did I respond to challenges today? Did I act according to my principles? What could I have done better? These questions help you recognize your strengths and identify areas for improvement. This daily reflection brings a sense of peace and completion, addressing lingering thoughts or stresses directly rather than carrying them into the next day. It builds resilience and wisdom, transforming how you view your days and live your life. Number 8, show up every day. Persistence and consistency are hallmarks of a disciplined life. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of showing up every day, both in body and spirit. This principle is about the quiet, steady dedication to daily tasks, which collectively forge a disciplined life. Showing up every day doesn't require monumental efforts, but a commitment to small, consistent actions. It's in these everyday efforts where character is built and tested. In a world full of distractions, the idea of showing up gains even more significance. This practice aligns with the Stoic idea of living in accordance with nature, actively participating in life and contributing through our actions. Each day presents an opportunity to prove our commitment to our principles and duties. To cultivate this discipline, start small. Decide what showing up means for you, whether it's writing a paragraph, doing a short workout, or spending uninterrupted time with a loved one. It's the act of showing up each day that reinforces willpower and resilience. Number 9, seek continuous learning. For Marcus Aurelius, continuous learning was essential for personal growth. Stoicism values the pursuit of wisdom not as mere theoretical knowledge, but as a practical guide to living well. By dedicating yourself to lifelong learning, you enhance your discipline and resilience. Continuous learning involves reading, reflecting, and learning from experiences. It's about seeking knowledge that enriches your understanding and helps you navigate life's complexities. This dedication to growth strengthens your character and judgment. In today's fast-paced world, maintaining a mindset of continuous learning keeps you adaptable and open-minded. It fosters a curiosity that drives personal and professional development. Embrace opportunities to learn from diverse sources and experiences. By seeking wisdom and applying it to your life, you embody the Stoic principle of self-improvement. This practice enriches your life, providing you with tools to handle challenges and make informed decisions. Number 10, embrace impermanence. Understanding the transient nature of all things is a core Stoic belief. Marcus Aurelius taught that everything is impermanent, and this awareness can help us stay grounded. Embracing impermanence encourages us to appreciate the present and avoid attachment to material possessions or outcomes. This principle fosters a sense of inner peace. When we accept that everything changes, we become less anxious about losing what we have and more grateful for the moment. This perspective shifts our focus from striving for external validation to finding contentment within. In a world obsessed with permanence, embracing impermanence can be liberating. It teaches us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience without clinging to it. This mindset reduces fear and increases resilience, helping us navigate life's uncertainties with calmness. By accepting the fleeting nature of life, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. This practice helps us live with intention, making the most of our time and energy. Number 11, dichotomy of control. The dichotomy of control is a foundational Stoic principle, emphasizing the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should focus our energy solely on what we can control: our actions, reactions, and judgments. This principle transforms our approach to life's challenges. By accepting that we cannot control external events, we reduce anxiety and foster a deeper sense of peace. This liberating truth allows us to engage more constructively with the world, channeling our efforts where they can make a difference. Practicing the dichotomy of control means asking yourself, is this within my control, before reacting to any situation? If it's not, let it go and move on. This practice requires mindfulness and regular reminders of what truly lies within our sphere of influence. By focusing on our actions and letting go of attachment to outcomes, we maintain our tranquility and effectiveness. This principle enhances our ability to live a disciplined and purposeful life, regardless of external circumstances. Number 12, find wise people to emulate. Emulating wise individuals is a powerful way to enhance your character and judgment. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about his admiration for others' qualities, seeing their example as a way to internalize their strengths and virtues. Choosing whom to emulate involves recognizing those who embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These role models provide a roadmap for facing challenges with grace and determination. Observing their lives helps us translate abstract philosophical concepts into everyday actions. Incorporate this principle by selecting role models whose values align with yours. Reflect on how they navigate their lives, make decisions, and handle adversity. Ask yourself, what about this person's approach or mindset can I incorporate into my own life? Emulating wise individuals bridges the gap between theory and practice, making Stoic ideals more accessible and compelling. By surrounding yourself with virtuous influences, you set a high standard for your behavior and decisions, propelling yourself toward greater wisdom and resilience. Number 13, practice silence and reflection. Allocating time for silence and introspection is crucial for maintaining a Stoic mindset. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of reflection in fostering self-discipline and clarity. This practice helps you clear your mind, reflect on your actions, and plan for the future with wisdom. In our fast-paced world, finding moments of silence can be challenging, yet it is essential for inner peace. Use this time for meditation, journaling, or simply being with your thoughts. These moments of quiet help you process experiences and gain insights into your behavior and decisions. By regularly practicing silence and reflection, you develop greater self-awareness and mindfulness. This practice anchors you in the present moment, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. Silence and reflection are powerful tools for personal growth and resilience. They help you stay connected to your values and purpose, providing the clarity needed to navigate life's complexities with wisdom and grace. Number 14, practice delayed gratification. Marcus Aurelius championed the principle of delayed gratification, viewing it as a pathway to greater freedom and satisfaction. In the Stoic view, mastering one's impulses by delaying gratification isn't about denying pleasure, but about achieving a higher form of fulfillment aligned with long-term goals. Delayed gratification involves postponing immediate desires for more significant, enduring rewards. This practice is particularly relevant in our modern culture of instant gratification. By exercising restraint, we cultivate a disciplined life focused on lasting well-being. Implement delayed gratification in everyday life through simple habits. Save money instead of spending impulsively, choose healthy meals over fast food, or dedicate time to learning instead of immediate leisure. Each choice reinforces the Stoic practice of prioritizing long-term benefits. The benefits of delayed gratification are extensive. Research supports its link to better outcomes in career, education, health, and relationships. By mastering this principle, we align our actions with our values, achieving a life of lasting tranquility and contentment. Number 15, finding your purpose. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the belief that self-discipline begins with finding your purpose. Understanding what truly matters to you and aligning your daily actions with this deeper calling is essential for a disciplined life. Finding your purpose means discovering what drives you at your core. It's about understanding your role in the larger scheme of things and acting in harmony with your virtues. For Aurelius, purpose wasn't just a lofty ideal, but a practical compass guiding every decision. In our modern world, saturated with choices and distractions, finding your purpose can feel overwhelming. Stoicism teaches us to peel back superficial desires and fleeting emotions to reveal what is truly essential for our well-being and growth. This clarity helps us focus our energy on what truly matters. To apply this principle, reflect on what you are naturally drawn to, where you find deep satisfaction, or what challenges motivate you. These are clues to your purpose. Daily reflection helps align your actions with your purpose, cultivating the self-discipline necessary for a meaningful and impactful life. By consistently living in alignment with your purpose, you build a disciplined, fulfilling life grounded in Stoic wisdom. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the heart of Stoicism and the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By embracing these 15 powerful principles, you can transform how you navigate life's challenges. Cultivate unwavering self-discipline and live a more purposeful and fulfilling life. If you found value in these insights and are eager for more wisdom to enrich your life, don't miss out. Like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Your support helps us continue to share profound teachings and practical advice to help you thrive. Join our community and embark on a path to greater wisdom and resilience. Stay wise, stay resilient, and remember, the power to transform your life is within you. See you in the next video.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity." Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. "Second," Hiroshi continued, "comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. You'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams." Kaito nodded slowly. "I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path." "Third is perfectionism," Hiroshi said. "Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement." "That hits close to home," Kaito said with a rueful smile. "I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way." The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. "I've definitely felt that weight," Kaito admitted. "If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum." "Fifth," Hiroshi continued, "is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, You dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance. Kaito sighed. I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy. The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. That's a hard one for me, Kaito confessed. I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Kaito said. But if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence, it's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, these small acts restore balance and energy. I've been burning the candle at both ends, Kaito admitted. I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation. Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits. Hiroshi smiled warmly. The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action. The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, I will not forget your lessons, Master. In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own weeds. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 Habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.
Have you ever considered the immense power that lies within the simple act of staying silent? In a world filled with constant noise and chatter, the idea of embracing silence might seem both daunting and intriguing. Yet, it is often in these quiet moments that we discover profound truths about ourselves and the world around us. Words have immense power. They shape our reality, influence our emotions, and impact those around us in profound ways. As the ancient teachings suggest, our words can be likened to the sharpest knife in the world, capable of cutting deep into the hearts and minds of others. This dual-edged nature of speech means that while our words can be a source of great strength, they can also be a significant weakness if not used wisely. Imagine a situation where a person receives an encouraging word from a friend or mentor at a crucial moment. This simple, kind gesture can boost their confidence, inspire them to overcome challenges, and lead to their success. On the contrary, consider a scenario where someone is subjected to harsh criticism or negative remarks. These words can leave lasting scars, causing emotional pain and diminishing their self-worth. In daily life, we often encounter moments where the choice of words can make a difference. For instance, a teacher's encouraging feedback can motivate a student to excel, while a parent's gentle words can soothe a child's fears. However, when words are used carelessly or unkindly, they can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts, and strained relationships. The balance between speaking and silence is crucial. Knowing when to speak and when to hold back can be a powerful skill. Speaking kindly and wisely at the right moments can open doors to opportunities, build trust, and foster positive connections. Conversely, unkind or untimely words can create obstacles and lead to difficulties in our personal and professional lives. This delicate balance is at the heart of the story we're about to explore, a tale that underscores the transformative power of silence. Through the journey of a troubled king and a wise Buddhist monk, we will delve into the profound impact that silence and mindful speech can have on our lives. By understanding and embracing these principles, we can learn to harness the power of our words and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. The King and the Buddhist Monk Story, Part 1. Our story begins in ancient India, in a serene forest far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. In this tranquil setting lived a renowned Buddhist monk, known throughout the land for his wisdom and meditative prowess. His peaceful demeanor and profound insights attracted many seekers of truth, including kings and commoners alike. One day, a king, despite his immense wealth, fame, and luxurious lifestyle, found himself in a state of deep restlessness and dissatisfaction. No matter how many treasures he accumulated or how much he indulged in the pleasures of his royal life, inner peace eluded him. Desperate to find a solution, the king decided to visit the famous monk, hoping to discover the secret to tranquility. Upon meeting the monk, the king poured out his troubles, confessing that he felt constantly tired, frustrated, and upset. "Respected monk," the king pleaded, "I have everything one could desire, yet there is no peace within me. My mind is perpetually restless. Please help me to rid myself of this turmoil." The monk, listening intently, responded with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, the answer you seek is already within you, but you have not yet discovered it. I propose an experiment. If you are willing, I believe it will bring you the peace you desire." Intrigued but skeptical, the king agreed to follow the monk's guidance. The monk's plan was simple, yet challenging. For the next 15 days, the king would stay in the monastery, living as a common monk. During this period, he was to remain silent and speak as little as possible, focusing on solitude and self-reflection. The king, though anxious about the prospect of such a drastic change, consented to the monk's plan, hoping that this experiment would finally bring him the inner calm he desperately needed. Part 2. The king's experience. On the first day of his stay at the monastery, the king found it incredibly difficult to adhere to the monk's instructions. His mind was more restless than ever, filled with an endless stream of questions and thoughts. Used to giving orders and engaging in constant conversation, he struggled with the enforced silence. Every passing hour seemed to amplify his unease, making the task of remaining quiet feel nearly impossible. Despite the overwhelming urge to speak and vent his frustrations, the king resisted. He stayed in his assigned quarters, sitting quietly and observing the simple life of the monks around him. As night fell, a surprising sense of calm began to wash over him. He couldn't understand why, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of happiness. The following days brought new challenges but also new insights. As the king continued his silent vigil, he began to notice the beauty in his surroundings that he had previously overlooked. He watched the delicate dance of flowers swaying in the breeze, the intricate patterns of birds in flight, and the serene flow of the nearby river. These simple observations brought a sense of connection and peace that he had never experienced in his opulent palace. By the 10th day, the king's inner restlessness had significantly diminished. He found himself spending more time in silent contemplation, appreciating the tranquility of nature and the simplicity of monastic life. On the 12th day, something remarkable happened. As he sat in meditation, his eyes closed on their own, and he slipped into a deep, serene state. For the first time, his mind was free from worry and distraction, immersed in profound inner peace. During the final days of his stay, the king's experience deepened further. He spent hours in meditation, feeling a sense of joy and fulfillment that he had never known. The transformation was so profound that by the 15th day, he approached the monk with newfound clarity and gratitude. Part 3, Revelation and Transformation. With a calm and reflective demeanor, the king expressed his gratitude to the monk. "Respected monk," he began, "I have discovered the root of my troubles. I realized that my constant talking and negative thinking were the sources of my restlessness and failures. This excessive chatter and criticism drained my energy and clouded my mind, making it difficult for me to focus and succeed." The monk listened attentively, nodding in understanding. The king continued, "During these 15 days of silence, I experienced a transformation. I found that by speaking less and observing more, I could connect with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. I learned that true peace comes from within, and that silence is a powerful tool for achieving it." The king's realization was profound. He understood that his previous behavior, talking excessively and often negatively, had not only affected his mental state, but also his relationships and effectiveness as a ruler. The silence had allowed him to introspect and understand the value of measured, mindful speech. He shared with the monk how, in his moments of quiet reflection, he had gained insights into his own behavior and its impact on others. "I saw how my words could hurt or heal, and how my silence could bring clarity and peace. These 15 days have taught me more than years of royal counsel." Part 4, Monk's Teachings. The monk then shared his wisdom, reinforcing the king's newfound understanding. "Your experience is a testament to the power of silence," he said. "Silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a state of inner calm and awareness. When we are silent, we can hear the whispers of our own soul and connect with the deeper truths within us. He explained that silence is the first step to self-discovery. By quieting the constant chatter of the mind, we create space for introspection and inner growth. The monk recounted a story of Gautama Buddha, who often remained silent to dive deep within himself, discovering profound insights and wisdom. Silence allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, the monk continued. It helps us become more patient and aware, leading to greater clarity and understanding. When we speak only when necessary, our words carry more weight and are more likely to be received with respect and consideration. The monk emphasized that excessive talking often leads to misunderstandings, conflicts, and unnecessary stress. By embracing silence, we can reduce these negative interactions and foster a more harmonious environment. He encouraged the king to continue practicing silence and mindful speech, not just for personal peace, but also to set an example for his kingdom. The story's broader implications, the monk's teachings extended beyond the king's personal transformation. He highlighted the broader implications of embracing silence in our daily lives. Imagine a world where people spoke less and listened more, he said. There would be fewer arguments, less restlessness, and more understanding. He pointed out that many of the world's problems stem from miscommunication and hasty words. By learning to be silent, we can avoid unnecessary conflicts and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Silence can act as a buffer, giving us time to think before we speak and ensuring that our words are thoughtful and kind. The monk also discussed the role of meditation in fostering inner peace. Meditation is a practice of silence, he explained. It helps us connect with our inner selves and find calm amidst the chaos of daily life. By spending time in solitude and quiet reflection, we can cultivate a sense of tranquility that permeates all aspects of our lives. He encouraged the king and others to spend at least 20 minutes alone in solitude every day. This practice, he assured, would bring positive changes, helping individuals become more patient, aware, and connected with their inner selves. In conclusion, the story of the king and the monk underscores the transformative power of silence and mindful speech. Through his journey, the king discovered that true peace and happiness come from within, and that silence is a key to unlocking this inner tranquility. By speaking less and listening more, we can connect more deeply with ourselves and others, fostering a more harmonious and fulfilling life. The monk's teachings remind us that our words are powerful tools that can heal or harm. By embracing silence and practicing mindful speech, we can reduce conflicts, enhance our relationships, and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace. This story serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of finding balance between speech and silence in our lives, and the profound impact it can have on our overall well-being.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam, which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told. Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well.
Here are 5 Stoic rules to help you emotionally detach from someone, whether it's a toxic relationship, unrequited love, or a painful friendship. These timeless principles will help you find clarity and regain control of your emotions. Emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you protect your inner peace. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering our emotions, not suppressing them. Imagine being able to let go of someone's hold on you without resentment, finding strength in acceptance and self-reliance. These 5 rules will show you how. In this video, we'll uncover actionable Stoic techniques that are as relevant today as they were in ancient times. Stay tuned until the end, and you'll learn how to turn emotional pain into a stepping stone for growth and resilience. Let's dive in. 1. Focus on what you can control. The first rule is foundational to Stoicism. Focus only on what is within your control. You cannot change someone's feelings, actions, or decisions, but you can control your own thoughts, reactions, and choices. Instead of ruminating over why someone treated you a certain way or wishing they were different, shift your focus inward. For example, if someone ends a relationship, resist the urge to change their mind or dwell on their motives. Instead, redirect that energy toward your growth, whether it's building new skills, strengthening friendships, or exploring personal passions. By detaching from the uncontrollable, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 2. Practice negative visualization. The Stoics practiced a technique called premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst-case scenario to prepare your mind for acceptance. If you're struggling to detach from someone, envision a life where they are no longer part of your world. While this may seem painful at first, it helps you accept reality instead of resisting it. By mentally preparing yourself for loss, you build emotional resilience. Over time, this exercise allows you to view detachment not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity for growth and freedom. 3. Embrace the impermanence of relationships. Stoicism teaches that everything in life is fleeting, including relationships. When you accept that nothing is permanent, you stop clinging to the idea that someone must stay in your life forever. Detachment becomes easier when you view relationships as part of a natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is temporary, and clinging to what must eventually pass only leads to suffering. Appreciate the good times you shared, but don't let their absence define your happiness. Recognizing impermanence allows you to cherish moments without being enslaved by them. 4. Reframe your perspective. The Stoics believed that it's not events that disturb us, but our perception of them. If you're struggling to detach emotionally, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this person or relationship? Often, we idealize others or attach meaning to situations that don't serve us. Reframe the narrative. Instead of viewing their departure as a rejection, see it as an opportunity for growth. Instead of focusing on what you've lost, focus on what you've gained: strength, independence, and a clearer understanding of what you truly need in your life. 5. Build inner strength through self-reliance. The final rule is to cultivate self-reliance. Stoics believed that true happiness comes from within, not from external relationships. While connections with others can enhance our lives, they should never be the foundation of our emotional stability. Develop habits that nurture your inner strength: journaling, meditation, physical exercise, or pursuing hobbies. By building a life that fulfills you independently of others, you create a strong foundation that can weather any emotional storm. Detachment becomes a natural outcome of knowing that your worth isn't tied to anyone else. 6. Observe without attachment. The Stoics taught the value of observing situations and people objectively, without attaching emotions to them. Detachment often starts with shifting your perspective from being deeply involved to being a calm observer. This doesn't mean you stop caring, but that you view the situation with clarity and neutrality. For instance, if you're struggling with a breakup, focus on observing your feelings without judgment. Instead of saying, "I can't live without them," try, "I feel sadness, but this is temporary." By creating this mental distance, you gain the ability to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Observation without attachment frees you from the emotional entanglements that make detachment difficult. It's a skill that, with practice, can transform how you navigate all relationships. 7. Limit your exposure. Stoics believed in avoiding unnecessary pain. If seeing or interacting with someone makes emotional detachment harder, it's wise to limit your exposure. This isn't avoidance. It's a strategy to create space for healing and regaining emotional equilibrium. For example, unfollow them on social media, avoid places where you might bump into them, and minimize unnecessary conversations. By reducing triggers, you give your mind the opportunity to process emotions and build resilience. Over time, this distance helps you detach more naturally, without resentment or frustration. Limiting exposure isn't a sign of weakness, it's an act of self-preservation that aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what serves your growth. 8. Detach from the outcome. Stoics emphasize letting go of attachment to outcomes. Often, our difficulty in emotionally detaching stems from wanting a specific result, whether it's reconciliation, validation, or closure. The truth is, these outcomes are often outside our control, and focusing on them only prolongs emotional pain. Instead, adopt the mindset that whatever happens is for your highest good, even if it's not what you originally hoped for. Trust that the future holds opportunities you can't yet see. When you release your grip on the outcome, you free yourself from the chains of expectation and open the door to peace. 9. Practice gratitude for the lessons. Even painful relationships teach valuable lessons. The Stoics encouraged finding gratitude in every experience, good or bad. Detachment becomes easier when you focus on what the relationship taught you rather than what you've lost. For instance, a difficult breakup might teach you the importance of setting boundaries, valuing yourself, or recognizing red flags. By reframing the experience as a lesson, you shift your mindset from victimhood to empowerment. Gratitude allows you to appreciate the past without being tied to it, making emotional detachment a natural process. 10. Accept what is, not what you wish it were. Acceptance is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Emotional detachment often begins with fully accepting the reality of a situation. Resistance only leads to prolonged suffering, while acceptance creates the space needed to heal and move forward. For example, instead of wishing someone would come back or change, accept them as they are, and the situation as it is. This doesn't mean you condone their actions or the pain they caused, but you stop fighting against reality. Acceptance brings peace, allowing you to let go of emotional attachments that no longer serve you. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in aligning with reality, not resisting it. By practicing acceptance, you can emotionally detach with grace and find the strength to move forward. Detaching emotionally from someone isn't about shutting yourself off. It's about freeing yourself to live with peace and purpose. By focusing on what you can control, practicing acceptance and building inner strength, you can transform emotional pain into personal power. Which of these Stoic rules resonates with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more wisdom on resilience and self-mastery, and share this with someone who might need it. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
2,000-year-old Stoic wisdom to transform your life. Have you ever wondered what ancient wisdom could teach us about finding true happiness and inner peace in today's chaotic world? Imagine tapping into 2,000-year-old Stoic principles that have stood the test of time, offering profound insights for navigating life's challenges with resilience and clarity. The Stoics, renowned for their practical and rational approach to life, provide timeless rules that guide us toward a fulfilling and virtuous existence. In this exploration of Stoic philosophy, we delve into 12 powerful ideas that can transform our perspective, empower our actions, and help us lead a life of wisdom and purpose. Let's uncover how these ancient teachings can illuminate our path in the modern world, fostering a sense of tranquility and strength amidst the turmoil. Number 1. Practical wisdom. Stoic philosophy emphasizes practical wisdom, the application of rational principles to daily life. It's not enough to merely understand virtue, one must live it. Practical wisdom involves making decisions that align with moral and ethical standards, leading to a life of integrity and purpose. This wisdom helps navigate challenges with a clear mind, distinguishing what truly matters from trivial distractions. By focusing on virtue and rational action, we cultivate a stable and resilient character. The Stoics teach us that wisdom isn't found in abstract theories, but in the day-to-day application of principles like courage, justice, temperance, and practical reasoning. This approach not only enhances personal well-being, but also contributes to the greater good, fostering a harmonious and just society. In embracing practical wisdom, we learn to act with intention and clarity, making choices that reflect our highest values and enduring truths. This grounded approach to life ensures that we remain steadfast amidst chaos, resilient in adversity, and unwavering in our pursuit of a virtuous and fulfilling existence. Number 2, justice and brotherhood. The Stoics believed in the profound interconnectedness of humanity, advocating for justice and brotherhood. Understanding others' perspectives is crucial for fostering forgiveness and reducing conflict. By recognizing that everyone is a fellow participant in the human experience, we can cultivate empathy and compassion. Justice, according to Stoic principles, involves treating others fairly and with respect, ensuring that our actions contribute to the common good. This sense of brotherhood extends beyond immediate relationships, encompassing all of humanity. In embracing this ideal, we commit to a life of service, supporting and uplifting others. This communal approach not only enhances societal harmony, but also enriches our own lives, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. When we view others as brothers and sisters, we're more inclined to act with kindness, patience, and understanding, creating a ripple effect of positive change. This principle of justice and brotherhood reminds us that true strength lies in unity, and that by working together, we can overcome any challenge and build a more just and compassionate world. Number 3, control and acceptance. One of the central tenets of Stoic philosophy is the concept of control and acceptance. Happiness, according to the Stoics, is found in recognizing and accepting what is within our control and letting go of what is not. This principle teaches us to focus our energy on our thoughts, actions, and responses, which are within our power, rather than external events and outcomes. which are beyond our control. By accepting this reality, we reduce unnecessary stress and anxiety, cultivating a sense of inner peace. This approach encourages a proactive mindset, where we take responsibility for our own well-being and actions, rather than blaming external circumstances. In doing so, we build resilience and maintain our composure even in the face of adversity. Acceptance does not mean passive resignation, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality, empowering us to act wisely and effectively within the sphere of our control. This Stoic principle is a powerful tool for navigating life's challenges with grace and equanimity, ensuring that we remain steadfast and centered no matter what comes our way. Number 4, reflection and self-improvement. Stoicism places a strong emphasis on reflection and self-improvement. Regular self-reflection is a crucial practice for personal growth, allowing us to assess our actions, thoughts, and motivations critically. This introspective process helps us identify areas for improvement and develop a deeper understanding of our own character. The Stoics believed that by examining our lives, we can align more closely with our values and principles, leading to a more virtuous and fulfilling existence. Self-improvement is an ongoing journey, one that requires humility and a willingness to acknowledge and correct our faults. It involves setting realistic goals and striving to become better each day, not for external validation, but for the sake of our own moral development. Through this process, we cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, building a character that can withstand life's challenges. By committing to reflection and self-improvement, we take an active role in shaping our destiny, ensuring that we live a life of purpose and integrity. Number 5, purpose and duty. Understanding and fulfilling one's purpose and duties in life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believe that each person has a unique role to play, and by embracing this role with integrity and commitment, we find true contentment. Purpose is not just about personal ambition, but also about contributing to the greater good. This sense of duty guides our actions, helping us navigate life's complexities with a clear sense of direction. When we understand our purpose, we are less likely to be swayed by external distractions or trivial pursuits. Instead, we focus on what truly matters, aligning our actions with our core values and principles. This commitment to purpose and duty fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and resilience, as we are anchored by a strong sense of meaning. By dedicating ourselves to our responsibilities, whether in our personal lives or within the broader community, we contribute to a more harmonious and just world. This Stoic principle teaches us that true happiness and satisfaction come from living in accordance with our highest ideals and making a positive impact on the lives of others. Number 6, mindfulness of mortality. Practicing memento mori, the reminder of our mortality, is a powerful Stoic exercise that encourages us to live each day with purpose and gratitude. The awareness of death should not be a source of fear, but a motivator to live fully and meaningfully. By acknowledging that our time is limited, we become more mindful of how we spend each moment, prioritizing what truly matters. This practice helps us appreciate the present and the simple joys of life, fostering a sense of gratitude for our experiences and relationships. It also encourages us to let go of petty grievances and focus on what is within our control. The Stoics believe that understanding and accepting our mortality is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us to live with integrity, making the most of our time and leaving a positive legacy. Embracing this perspective helps us face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. Number 7, emotional mastery. Mastering one's emotions is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that true power comes from controlling our emotions rather than being controlled by them. Emotions such as anger, fear, and jealousy are seen as distortions that cloud our judgment and hinder rational thinking. By practicing self-discipline and understanding, we can manage these emotions effectively. This involves recognizing the triggers of negative emotions and responding with calm and reason. Emotional mastery does not mean suppressing feelings, but rather transforming them into constructive responses. By maintaining a balanced and composed mindset, we navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and clarity. This Stoic approach fosters inner peace and strength, allowing us to remain focused on our goals and values despite external pressures. Through emotional mastery, we cultivate a state of equanimity, where we are not easily swayed by external events, but remain grounded in our principles. This enables us to make thoughtful decisions and build healthier relationships, contributing to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Number 8, self-reliance and virtue. True happiness and contentment, according to Stoic philosophy, come from within. Self-reliance and the cultivation of virtue are essential for a fulfilling life. The Stoics teach that external possessions and circumstances do not determine our well-being. Rather, it is our inner state and adherence to moral principles that matter. By focusing on developing virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we build a resilient and stable character. Self-reliance involves trusting in our own abilities and judgment, while also recognizing our interconnectedness with others. This balance helps us navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Living in harmony with nature and our true selves leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and peace. By prioritizing virtue over material wealth, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of external validation and find joy in the simple and meaningful aspects of life. This Stoic principle reminds us that we have the power to create a good life through our actions and choices, grounded in self-reliance and the pursuit of virtue. Number 9, community and cooperation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of community and cooperation, recognizing that humans are inherently social beings. Embracing the interconnectedness of humanity fosters empathy, altruism, and mutual support. This principle encourages us to view others as fellow members of a universal community, working together for the common good. By prioritizing cooperation over competition, we contribute to a more harmonious and just society. This approach involves active participation in our communities, offering support and kindness to others, and working towards shared goals. The Stoics teach that by helping others, we also enrich our own lives, creating a sense of belonging and purpose. This communal mindset strengthens social bonds and promotes collective well-being. It reminds us that our actions impact not only ourselves, but also those around us. By fostering a spirit of cooperation and empathy, we build stronger, more resilient communities that can face challenges together. This Stoic principle underscores the idea that true strength and happiness lie in unity and shared purpose. Number 10, dealing with adversity. Building resilience through voluntary hardship is a key Stoic principle for dealing with adversity. The Stoics believed that by intentionally facing challenges, we strengthen our character and prepare ourselves for life's inevitable difficulties. This practice involves embracing discomfort and viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth. Recognizing that external events do not harm us, but our judgments about them do, helps us maintain perspective and composure. By shifting our mindset to see adversity as a natural part of life, we become more adaptable and resourceful. This approach fosters a sense of inner strength and resilience, enabling us to navigate crises with calm and clarity. The Stoics teach that adversity reveals our true character and provides a chance to practice virtues such as courage, patience, and perseverance. By confronting difficulties head-on and learning from them, we develop a robust and resilient spirit. This Stoic principle encourages us to see challenges not as setbacks, but as essential experiences that shape and refine us, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Number 11, living in the present. The Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of living in the present. By focusing on the here and now, we maximize our experiences and make the most of our time. The Stoics teach that excessive concern for the past or future diminishes our ability to appreciate and engage with the present moment. Living immediately means valuing the current experiences and opportunities without being weighed down by regrets or anxieties. This approach fosters mindfulness and gratitude, allowing us to fully immerse ourselves in our activities and relationships. By embracing the present, we reduce stress and increase our sense of fulfillment and joy. This principle encourages us to let go of distractions and focus on what truly matters, enhancing our overall well-being. The Stoics remind us that life happens in the present, and by fully engaging with it, we can live more meaningful and satisfying lives. This mindful approach ensures that we do not miss out on the richness of our experiences, leading to a deeper appreciation of life and its moments. Number 12, perspective on death. Accepting death as a natural part of life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that death is not inherently terrifying. It is our perception that causes fear. By understanding and accepting the inevitability of death, we can live more fully and courageously. This perspective encourages us to focus on what truly matters and to make the most of our time. By contemplating our mortality, we develop a sense of urgency and purpose, prioritizing meaningful activities and relationships. This acceptance also helps us let go of trivial concerns and petty grievances, fostering a deeper sense of peace and contentment. The Stoics believe that understanding death is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us that life is fleeting and precious, and that we should live with integrity and intention. By embracing this principle, we can face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. This Stoic wisdom helps us appreciate the present and live a more meaningful and fulfilling life. As we draw from the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy, we uncover timeless principles that offer profound insights for leading a resilient, virtuous, and fulfilling life. By integrating these 2,000-year-old rules into our daily routines, we can cultivate inner peace, embrace challenges with courage, and live with a sense of purpose and clarity. If these teachings resonate with you and inspire you to lead a more meaningful life, don't forget to like this video. For more content on wisdom and personal growth, subscribe to our channel and join our community of seekers on this journey toward enlightenment. Share this video with others who might benefit from these insights, and let's continue exploring the transformative power of Stoic philosophy together. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more wisdom-filled videos. Have you ever felt like a pawn in someone else's game? Like a disposable tool used and discarded at their convenience? In a world where genuine connections are increasingly rare, it's crucial to identify the wolves in sheep's clothing, those who masquerade as friends but harbor ulterior motives. In this eye-opening exploration, we'll delve into the 10 telltale attitudes that expose a person's true colors, revealing that their concern for you is nothing more than a facade. Brace yourself as we unravel the threads of deceit and manipulation, empowering you to create a life surrounded by authentic, nurturing relationships. 1. The chameleon's selective availability. Picture this: you're in the midst of a crisis, desperately in need of a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. You reach out to someone you consider a friend, only to be met with deafening silence. Days pass, and your messages remain unread, your calls unanswered. Yet when they require a favor or need something from you, they miraculously reappear, ready to engage. This selective availability is a glaring red flag, exposing the one-sided nature of the relationship. True friends are there through thick and thin, not just when it's convenient for them. If you find yourself consistently on the giving end, while your own needs are neglected, it's time to reassess the dynamic. 2. The narcissist's lack of personal interest. In the tapestry of genuine friendship, curiosity and empathy are the golden threads that bind hearts together. A true friend is invested in your life, eager to learn about your dreams, fears, and daily struggles. They listen attentively, offering support and celebrating your triumphs. However, when you encounter someone who rarely inquires about your well-being, focusing solely on their own needs and desires, it's a clear indication that you are merely a means to an end. They see you as a resource to be tapped rather than a multifaceted individual with intrinsic worth. This lack of personal interest is a billboard announcing loud and clear that their concern for you is superficial at best. 3. The manipulator's guilt trips and emotional blackmail. Manipulators are master puppeteers, skillfully pulling the strings of guilt and obligation to bend you to their will. They wield phrases like, "If you were really my friend, you would," as weapons, aiming to coerce you into compliance. These guilt trips are a form of emotional blackmail designed to erode your boundaries and exploit your kindness. In healthy relationships, respect and free will are the cornerstones, not manipulation and coercion. If someone consistently employs these tactics, it's a glaring sign that they prioritize their own agenda over your well-being. It's time to cut the strings and reclaim your autonomy. 4. The disrespectful leech's persistent lack of consideration. Respect is the lifeblood of any meaningful relationship. It's the understanding that your time, energy, and needs are just as valuable as theirs. When someone consistently disregards your boundaries, showing up late, canceling plans last minute, or demanding your attention at inappropriate times, they are broadcasting their lack of respect for you. This persistent pattern of disrespectful behavior, without any genuine effort to change, is a neon sign indicating that they view you as a disposable commodity. It's time to set firm boundaries and demand the respect you deserve. 5. The shallow socialite's superficial bonding. In the realm of authentic connections, depth is the key that unlocks the doors to meaningful relationships. When conversations consistently remain at a surface level, never venturing beyond small talk and trivial topics, it's a red flag that the person is not invested in truly getting to know you. They may be pleasant company for a casual encounter, but their lack of interest in your inner world reveals the shallow nature of the bond. Reflect on whether this connection offers genuine growth and mutual understanding, or if it's merely a mirage of friendship. 6. The fair weather friend's absence in crucial moments. Life is a tapestry, woven with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. It is during the darkest hours that true friendships shine the brightest. When you find yourself navigating a storm, a genuine friend is there to weather it with you, offering unwavering support and empathy. However, if someone is conspicuously absent during your times of need, offering only superficial platitudes or empty promises, it's a glaring sign that their commitment to the relationship is conditional. True friends stand by you, not just in the sunshine, but in the rain as well. 7. The opportunist calculated connections. In the world of social climbing, some individuals view relationships as mere rungs on a ladder to success. They strategically align themselves with those they perceive as beneficial to their goals, only to discard them when they've outlived their usefulness. If you notice someone consistently gravitating towards those with influence, power, or status while neglecting genuine connections, it's a red flag that their interest in you is purely transactional. True friends value you for who you are, not what you can do for them. 8. The competitive frenemies, constant comparison. A true friend celebrates your successes and shares in your joys. However, when someone consistently compares themselves to you, constantly trying to one-up your achievements or downplay your accomplishments, it's a sign that they view you as a rival rather than a friend. This competitive behavior breeds resentment and undermines the foundation of trust and support that genuine friendships are built upon. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, afraid to share your triumphs for fear of triggering their insecurities, it's time to re-evaluate the relationship. 9. The gossip monger's breach of trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. When you confide in someone, you trust that they will hold your secrets and vulnerabilities with care and respect. However, if you discover that someone has been sharing your private information with others, gossiping behind your back, or using your confessions against you, it's a glaring sign that they have little regard for your trust and well-being. A true friend protects your privacy and maintains confidentiality, understanding the sacred nature of the bond you share. 10. The toxic critic's constant negativity. In life's journey, we need companions who uplift and inspire us, not those who constantly drag us down with their negativity. If someone consistently criticizes your choices, belittles your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, it's a red flag that they are not invested in your growth and happiness. A true friend offers constructive feedback and support, encouraging you to be your best self. They celebrate your uniqueness and help you navigate challenges with compassion and wisdom. If you find yourself constantly drained and discouraged after interactions with someone, it's time to reassess the impact they have on your mental and emotional well-being. The importance of emotional boundaries and self-worth. Recognizing these toxic attitudes is the first step in protecting your emotional well-being and cultivating a life filled with genuine reciprocal relationships. It's essential to establish clear boundaries, communicating your needs and expectations with assertiveness and compassion. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, those who celebrate your successes and support you through challenges. Remember, your worth is not defined by how others treat you, but by how you treat yourself. Embrace your inherent value and refuse to settle for relationships that diminish your spirit. Seek out connections that nourish your soul, where mutual respect, empathy, and growth are the foundations. As you navigate the complex landscape of human interactions, trust your intuition and the wisdom gained from experience. Be willing to let go of those who consistently drain your energy and erode your self-esteem. Instead, invest in relationships that inspire you to be your best self, where love, respect, and authenticity are the guiding lights. In a world where genuine connections are precious gems, it's crucial to be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle. By recognizing the 10 attitudes of those who don't truly care, you empower yourself to create a life surrounded by individuals who value and cherish you for who you are. So, dear viewer, embrace your worth, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate relationships that uplift your spirit. Remember, you are deserving of love, respect, and genuine connection. Don't settle for anything less. Ever wondered if you're overlooking crucial signs in your relationship that suggest it's time to walk away? Relationships are complex, and sometimes it's hard to see the red flags when you're emotionally invested. Imagine if you had a guide to help you recognize these signs and make informed decisions for your well-being. In this video, we delve into the wisdom of Stoicism to uncover 15 critical insights that can help you determine when it's wise to end a relationship. These timeless principles will empower you to prioritize your self-respect and emotional health, ensuring you only invest in relationships that truly enrich your life. Let's explore these insights together, starting with a common but often overlooked red flag: controlling behavior. Number 1, controlling behavior. If your partner demands you give up your hobbies or friends, it's a red flag for controlling behavior. In a healthy relationship, both partners should feel free to pursue their interests and maintain their social connections. Imagine you're passionate about playing basketball with your friends every Saturday. It's your time to unwind, stay fit, and socialize. However, your partner constantly complains about this hobby, insisting that you should spend Saturdays with them instead. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd spend more time with me on weekends," or "Your friends are a bad influence on you." This kind of behavior is not just about them wanting to spend more time together. It's about control. Over time, you might find yourself isolated, having given up not only basketball, but also other hobbies and friendships that were important to you. Your world shrinks to revolve solely around them, and this can lead to resentment and a loss of personal identity. For example, consider John's story. John loved playing the guitar and often jammed with his band. His girlfriend, however, didn't like the time he spent away from her and demanded he quit the band. Reluctantly, John agreed, but he soon found himself feeling trapped and unhappy. The relationship eventually ended because John realized he had sacrificed too much of himself to appease his partner. A controlling partner's demands can erode your sense of self and well-being. It's crucial to recognize these signs early and address them, or if necessary, walk away to preserve your independence and happiness. Number 2, infidelity. Unfaithfulness is a deal breaker, and downplaying it as a one-time mistake is unacceptable. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship. When your partner cheats, it shatters this foundation. For instance, imagine discovering that your partner has been texting and meeting up with someone else. They may brush it off, saying, "It was just a fling. It meant nothing." But infidelity, regardless of how it's framed, is a profound breach of trust and respect. Take Sarah's experience as an example. She found out that her boyfriend had cheated on her during a business trip. When confronted, he dismissed it as a one-time mistake and begged for forgiveness. Despite his apologies, Sarah couldn't shake off the betrayal. Every time he went on another trip, she was consumed by doubt and insecurity. This constant state of anxiety eroded her self-esteem and well-being. Infidelity doesn't just hurt in the moment. Its effects linger, creating a toxic environment filled with suspicion and pain. It's crucial to acknowledge that staying in a relationship after such a betrayal often leads to prolonged emotional suffering. Walking away from an unfaithful partner is essential to preserving your dignity and mental health. Number 3, lack of effort. A partner who makes little to no effort to contribute to the relationship or support you emotionally is not committed. A healthy relationship thrives on mutual effort. Both partners should actively participate in making each other feel valued and supported. Imagine you're always the one planning dates, initiating conversations and showing interest in your partner's life while they barely reciprocate. This imbalance indicates a lack of genuine commitment. Consider David and Lisa's relationship. David noticed that he was always the one cooking meals, organizing outings, and checking in on Lisa's well-being. Lisa, however, rarely did the same for him. When David brought it up, Lisa dismissed his concerns, saying she was just not good at those things. Over time, David felt unappreciated and exhausted from carrying the weight of the relationship alone. A partner who doesn't put in the effort shows a lack of respect and appreciation for you. Relationships require work from both sides, and if your partner isn't willing to meet you halfway, it's a clear sign that they're not fully invested. It's wise to reconsider your involvement in such a one-sided dynamic. Chai A partner who never takes responsibility and always blames you for issues lacks maturity and the ability to sustain a healthy relationship. Accountability is vital in any relationship. When problems arise, both partners should be willing to acknowledge their part and work towards a solution. If your partner consistently shifts the blame onto you, it shows a lack of maturity and an inability to self-reflect. Imagine you and your partner have a disagreement about finances. Instead of discussing the issue calmly, your partner immediately accuses you of poor money management, despite you both having made financial decisions together. This pattern of blame shifting can create a toxic environment where you feel constantly at fault and undervalued. Take Anna and Mark's story. Whenever an argument arose, Mark would twist the situation to make it seem like Anna's fault, even when it clearly wasn't. Over time, Anna began to doubt herself and her decisions, feeling increasingly powerless in the relationship. A partner who can't own up to their mistakes isn't ready for a mature, healthy relationship. Mutual responsibility is key to resolving conflicts and growing together. If blame shifting is a recurring issue, it may be time to step away and seek a relationship built on mutual respect and accountability. Number 5, frequent lies. Dishonesty, even about minor issues, can indicate deeper trust issues and a lack of integrity. Honesty is the bedrock of trust. When your partner lies, it erodes the trust that binds you. Even small, seemingly insignificant lies can accumulate, leading to a web of deceit that damages the relationship. Consider Emily and Jack's relationship. Jack often lied about small things like where he was or who he was with. Emily initially dismissed these lies as harmless, but over time she began to feel increasingly suspicious and anxious. Each lie, no matter how small, chipped away at her trust in Jack. Honesty is crucial for a healthy relationship. When lies become a regular occurrence, it signals a deeper issue of integrity and respect. A partner who values you will be honest, even when it's uncomfortable. If dishonesty is a persistent problem, it's essential to reassess the relationship and consider moving on for your peace of mind. Number 6, dismissing feelings. A partner who dismisses your feelings and calls you overly sensitive is not respecting your emotions. Your emotions are valid and deserve to be acknowledged and respected. If your partner dismisses your feelings, it shows a lack of empathy and understanding. Imagine sharing your disappointment about a cancelled date, and your partner responds with, "You're being too sensitive. It's not a big deal." And take Mia's experience. Whenever she expressed her feelings about something that upset her, her boyfriend would dismiss her as overly emotional. He would often say, "You need to toughen up," instead of addressing her concerns. This dismissal made Mia feel unheard and invalidated. A partner who belittles your emotions is not valuing your perspective. It's important to be with someone who listens and empathizes with your feelings. Dismissing emotions can lead to a buildup of resentment and hurt. If your partner consistently invalidates your feelings, it's a sign to consider leaving the relationship for your emotional well-being. Number 7, talking about exes. Frequent mentions of past relationships suggest that your partner might still be hung up on their ex, making you a rebound. Constantly hearing about your partner's ex can be unsettling and indicates unresolved feelings. Imagine cooking dinner together and your partner frequently brings up how their ex used to do things differently. This comparison can make you feel inadequate and undervalued. Consider Tom's situation. His girlfriend often reminisced about her ex, even during intimate moments. She would say things like, "My ex used to take me to this restaurant," making Tom feel like he was constantly being compared. This behavior made Tom question his place in her heart. Talking about exes can signify that your partner hasn't fully moved on. A healthy relationship focuses on the present and future, not the past. If your partner frequently brings up their ex, it might be a sign that they're not ready for a new relationship. It's important to address this issue and, if necessary, walk away to protect your emotional health. Number 8, self-centeredness. And if your partner is only interested in themselves and not in your achievements or goals, it's a sign they may not truly care about you. A balanced relationship involves mutual interest and support. If your partner is consistently self-centered, it can feel like your needs and aspirations are ignored. For example, imagine sharing exciting news about a promotion at work, but your partner quickly changes the topic to their own day without acknowledging your achievement. Consider Julia's experience. Whenever she tried to discuss her goals and dreams, her boyfriend would divert the conversation to his interests. He rarely asked about her day or supported her ambitions. Julia felt increasingly neglected and unimportant in the relationship. A self-centered partner fails to provide the emotional support necessary for a healthy relationship. It's essential to be with someone who celebrates your successes and stands by you during challenges. If your partner is only focused on themselves, it's a red flag that they may not truly value the relationship. Number 9, false accusations. Baseless accusations of cheating erode trust and indicate deeper issues in the relationship. Trust is fundamental in any relationship. When your partner accuses you of infidelity without evidence, it shows insecurity and a lack of trust. Imagine being constantly questioned about your whereabouts or who you're talking to, despite having done nothing wrong. Take Rachel's story. Her boyfriend frequently accused her of cheating whenever she spent time with friends or stayed late at work. These accusations were unfounded and stemmed from his own insecurities. The constant need to defend herself made Rachel feel suffocated and mistrusted. False accusations create a toxic environment where you're perpetually on the defensive. Trust should be built on mutual respect and confidence in each other. If your partner's baseless accusations persist, it's a sign of deeper issues that need to be addressed. Sometimes the healthiest choice is to walk away from such a draining situation. Number 10, always busy. If your partner is constantly too busy for you, it indicates a lack of genuine interest in the relationship. Time and attention are crucial for maintaining a strong relationship. If your partner frequently uses their busy schedule as an excuse to avoid spending time with you, it signals a lack of priority. Imagine messaging your partner about meeting up only to receive responses like, "I'm swamped at work," or "maybe next week." Consider Alex's experience. His girlfriend always claimed she was too busy with work and personal commitments to see him. While Alex made time for her, despite his own hectic schedule, she rarely reciprocated. This consistent brush-off made Alex feel unimportant and undervalued. A partner who truly cares will make time for you, no matter how busy they are. It's about finding balance and showing that the relationship matters. If your partner is perpetually unavailable, it's a red flag that their interest might not be as strong as yours. It's important to recognize this and consider whether the relationship is meeting your needs. Number 11, pointing out flaws. Constant criticism from your partner indicates they are not supportive and may hinder your personal growth. Constructive feedback is essential, but constant criticism can be damaging. Imagine your partner frequently pointing out your mistakes and flaws, making you feel inadequate. Instead of focusing on your strengths and encouraging your growth, they highlight your shortcomings, eroding your self-esteem. Consider Leo's experience. His girlfriend often criticized his appearance, career choices, and even his hobbies. Comments like, "You should dress better," or "Why are you still stuck in that dead-end job?" became common. Over time, Leo began to doubt his worth and felt discouraged from pursuing his passions. In a healthy relationship, partners should uplift and support each other. Constantly pointing out flaws shows a lack of respect and appreciation. It's important to feel valued and confident with your partner, not belittled. If you find yourself in a relationship where criticism is frequent and harsh, it may be time to evaluate its impact on your well-being and consider moving on. Number 12, lack of respect. If your partner often disrespects you in public or private, it's a clear sign that they do not value you or the relationship. Respect is fundamental in any relationship. Disrespect can manifest in various ways, such as mocking your opinions, belittling your accomplishments, or ignoring your boundaries. Imagine sharing your thoughts during a discussion only for your partner to roll their eyes and dismiss your perspective. Take Karen's story. Her boyfriend frequently made fun of her in front of their friends, joking about her intelligence and capabilities. Although he claimed it was all in good fun, Karen felt humiliated and devalued. This behavior extended to their private conversations, where he would undermine her decisions and opinions. A partner who respects you will treat you with kindness and consideration, both publicly and privately. Disrespect erodes the foundation of a relationship and can lead to long-term emotional harm. If your partner consistently disrespects you, it's crucial to address the issue and, if necessary, leave the relationship to protect your self-worth. Number 13, inconsistent behavior. If your partner's actions and words frequently contradict each other, it creates confusion and mistrust, signaling an unstable relationship. Consistency in actions and words is key to building trust. Imagine your partner promising to spend more time with you, but repeatedly canceling plans at the last minute without a valid reason. This inconsistency can make you feel unsure about their true intentions and commitment. Consider Nathan's situation. His girlfriend often made grand promises about their future together, but rarely followed through on any of them. She would talk about moving in together or planning trips, but when the time came, she always had excuses. This left Nathan feeling confused and uncertain about the stability of their relationship. Inconsistent behavior can create a sense of instability and mistrust. A reliable partner aligns their actions with their words, providing a stable foundation for the relationship. If you find yourself constantly questioning your partner's intentions due to their inconsistency, it may be a sign that the relationship is not built on solid ground. Number 14, emotional dependency. If your partner relies on you for all their emotional support, it's a sign they need professional help and the relationship is unhealthy. While supporting each other emotionally is important, relying solely on one partner for all emotional needs can be overwhelming. Imagine your partner turning to you for every emotional crisis, expecting you to fix all their problems without seeking help elsewhere. Consider Emma's experience. Her boyfriend constantly depended on her for emotional support, from handling stress at work to dealing with personal insecurities. Emma found herself drained and unable to focus on her own needs. Despite suggesting he seek therapy, he refused, placing all his emotional burdens on her. A balanced relationship involves mutual support while maintaining individual emotional resilience. If your partner's emotional dependency becomes overwhelming, it indicates they may need professional help. It's essential to recognize the limits of what you can provide and ensure your own emotional health is not compromised. Number 15, constant negativity. If your partner is consistently negative or pessimistic, it can drain your energy and affect your well-being. Positivity and optimism are crucial for a healthy relationship. Imagine your partner always focusing on the negatives, complaining about their job, criticizing others, and rarely expressing gratitude or joy. This constant negativity can be exhausting and impact your own outlook on life. Consider Josh's story. His girlfriend was perpetually negative, always finding something to complain about. Whether it was about her day, their plans, or the people around them, her pessimism overshadowed any positive moments they shared. Over time, Josh found himself feeling more anxious and less enthusiastic about their future together. Being with a partner who constantly brings a negative attitude can be draining. It's important to surround yourself with positivity and support. If your partner's negativity is affecting your mental and emotional well-being, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and consider moving on to preserve your happiness. In conclusion, maintaining self-respect and seeking a supportive partner is crucial for a healthy and fulfilling relationship. Recognizing these red flags early on can save you from prolonged emotional distress and help you make informed decisions about your relationship. Remember, a relationship should enhance your life, not drain it. If these red flags appear, it's wise to consider walking away to protect your well-being and happiness. 12 things every 20. Something needs to learn before it's too late. Have you ever wondered what truly sets apart a life well lived from one filled with regret? As you navigate your 20s, it's easy to get caught up in the frenzy of dreams and ambitions. But what if the key to a fulfilling life lies in the wisdom you cultivate along the way? Imagine having a roadmap that guides you through the complexities of youth, helping you avoid common pitfalls and embrace timeless truths. In this guide, we delve into 12 essential lessons every 20-something should learn before it's too late. Each lesson, rooted in the enduring philosophy of Stoicism, offers practical wisdom to enrich your journey. Let these insights transform the way you live, think, and grow, leading you to a life of purpose and fulfillment. 1. Respect people with less power. True character is revealed in how we treat those with less power. It's easy to show respect to superiors or peers, but the real test lies in our interactions with those who hold no sway over our lives. The waiter serving your meal, the janitor cleaning your office, the intern making copies. These individuals deserve the same respect and kindness as anyone else. Stoicism teaches us that virtue lies in our actions and attitudes. By respecting everyone equally, we cultivate humility and empathy. This practice not only elevates others, but also enriches our own character. Remember, power dynamics are transient. Today's subordinate might be tomorrow's leader, and your treatment of them can leave a lasting impression. In the grand scheme of life, we are all interconnected, and respecting each person reinforces the dignity of our shared humanity. Let your actions reflect your values, demonstrating that respect is not a currency to be traded, but a fundamental principle to be upheld. As Seneca said, wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. Embrace this wisdom and let respect guide your every interaction. 2. Be hard on your opinions. In the pursuit of wisdom, it's essential to be rigorously critical of your own opinions. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-examination and intellectual integrity. Opinions, while everyone has them, must be continuously scrutinized and tested. This process involves challenging your beliefs, recognizing your biases, and being open to change. A Stoic understands that clinging to unexamined beliefs leads to ignorance and stagnation. By subjecting your views to rigorous analysis, you ensure they are well-founded and robust. This practice not only sharpens your intellect, but also fosters a deeper understanding of the world. It is through this lens that you can engage in meaningful dialogue and contribute to a more nuanced discourse. Remember, wisdom is not about being right. It's about striving for truth. As Marcus Aurelius advised, if someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide you to a life of intellectual rigor and continuous growth. 3. Prioritize mental health. Mental health is as vital as physical health, yet it often goes neglected. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner peace and resilience. To navigate life's challenges effectively, one must cultivate a sound mind. This involves recognizing the signs of mental strain and taking proactive steps to address them. Engage in practices that promote mental well-being, such as mindfulness, meditation, and maintaining a balanced lifestyle. Don't hesitate to seek professional help when needed. There is no shame in prioritizing your mental health. A Stoic understands that true strength lies in acknowledging vulnerabilities and taking steps to fortify oneself against them. By caring for your mental health, you build resilience and maintain the clarity needed to face life's adversities with grace. As Epictetus wisely noted, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Make mental health a priority, ensuring you are equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. By doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also set a positive example for others to follow. 4. Cultivate financial literacy. Understanding and managing finances is crucial for long-term stability and peace of mind. Stoicism teaches us to prepare for the future while living virtuously in the present. Financial literacy equips you with the tools to make informed decisions, avoid debt, and build a secure future. Begin by learning the basics: budgeting, saving, investing, and understanding credit. These skills not only help you navigate the complexities of the financial world, but also prevent undue stress and anxiety. A Stoic approach to finances involves moderation, discipline, and foresight. Avoid the pitfalls of consumerism and instant gratification. Instead, focus on sustainable financial practices. Seneca wisely remarked, "Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool." By mastering your finances, you gain control over your life, allowing you to pursue your goals without being hindered by financial woes. Cultivate financial literacy as a lifelong habit, ensuring that you can live freely and prudently. This knowledge not only secures your future, but also empowers you to make positive contributions to your community and those around you. 5. Exercise. Physical exercise is indispensable for a balanced life. Stoicism advocates for the care of both mind and body, recognizing their interdependence. Regular physical activity strengthens the body, sharpens the mind, and lifts the spirit. Whether it's jogging, yoga, weightlifting, or a team sport, find a form of exercise that you enjoy and make it a part of your routine. Exercise not only enhances physical health, but also improves mental clarity and emotional stability. It acts as a natural antidote to stress, anxiety, and depression. A Stoic understands the importance of discipline and perseverance, and regular exercise embodies these virtues. By committing to a fitness regimen, you develop resilience and fortitude that transcend physical benefits. As Marcus Aurelius advised, you must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible. Let exercise be a foundational action in your life, contributing to your overall well-being and enabling you to face life's challenges with vigor and grace. 6. You don't have to have a dream. In a world obsessed with grand ambitions, it's liberating to realize that you don't need a lifelong dream to find purpose. Stoicism teaches us to focus on the present and find fulfillment in our daily actions. Instead of chasing a singular, elusive dream, commit to short-term goals with passion and dedication. This approach, known as being micro-ambitious, allows you to derive satisfaction from the process rather than the outcome. Life is unpredictable, and rigid, long-term plans can obscure opportunities that arise unexpectedly. By concentrating on what's in front of you, you remain open to diverse paths and experiences. Embrace each task with pride and diligence, and knowing that meaningful achievements often come from sustained effort in the present. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Let go of the pressure to have a grand dream and instead cultivate a life rich in purpose through mindful and deliberate actions. This way, you ensure that each moment is valuable, leading to a fulfilling and adaptable life journey. 7. Define yourself by what you love. Defining yourself by what you love rather than what you oppose fosters a more positive and fulfilling life. Stoicism encourages us to focus on virtues and values that uplift us, instead of identifying yourself through negations, what you don't like or what you stand against. Celebrate the things and people that bring you joy. Be vocal and demonstrative about your passions. Whether it's music, art, literature, or a cause you believe in, let these positive forces shape your identity. This mindset shift not only enriches your own life, but also spreads positivity to those around you. It's easy to fall into the trap of negativity and criticism, but a Stoic finds strength in love and admiration. Marcus Aurelius suggested, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on what you love, you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and contentment. Embrace this principle and let your passions guide you toward a life filled with meaning and joy, creating a ripple effect of positivity in your community. Be a teacher. Teaching is one of the most noble and impactful roles one can undertake. Stoicism emphasizes the value of sharing wisdom and knowledge. Whether formally or informally, be a teacher whenever possible. You don't have to make it a lifelong career. Even a short stint can be profoundly rewarding. Share your ideas and experiences generously, helping others grow and learn. This practice not only benefits your students, but also deepens your own understanding. By teaching, you solidify your knowledge and gain new perspectives. Moreover, it cultivates patience, empathy, and communication skills. As Seneca said, "While we teach, we learn." Embrace opportunities to educate and inspire others, whether through formal teaching, mentoring, or simply sharing insights with friends and colleagues. This commitment to spreading knowledge enriches both you and those you teach, creating a legacy of wisdom and compassion. Let the Stoic principle of virtuous action guide you in being an exemplary teacher, contributing to the intellectual and moral growth of your community. 9. Embrace failure. Failure is an inevitable part of life and a powerful teacher. Stoicism teaches us to view failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity for growth. Embrace your failures with grace, understanding that they provide invaluable lessons and insights. Each failure is a step toward improvement and resilience. By accepting and analyzing your mistakes, you build the strength to overcome future challenges. This mindset shift transforms failures from sources of shame into catalysts for personal development. Remember, even the greatest achievements often follow numerous failures. As Marcus Aurelius reflected, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Let your failures be the way forward, guiding you toward greater wisdom and capability. Cultivate a stoic attitude toward setbacks, seeing them as essential components of your journey. This approach not only enhances your resilience, but also inspires others to persevere. Embrace failure as a natural and beneficial part of life, leading you to continuous growth and success. 10. Remember, it's all luck. Acknowledging the role of luck in our lives fosters humility and compassion. Stoicism reminds us that many factors influencing our successes and failures are beyond our control. Recognizing this helps us remain humble in our achievements and empathetic towards others. We're all subject to the whims of fate, and understanding this can dissolve arrogance and judgment. It's important to strive and work hard, but equally crucial to acknowledge the serendipity that accompanies our efforts. This perspective encourages us to support and uplift others, knowing that their struggles might be due to circumstances they cannot change. As Seneca wisely observed, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Embrace this stoic wisdom by preparing diligently and accepting the role of fortune. This balanced view nurtures gratitude for our blessings and motivates us to share our good fortune with others, creating a more just and compassionate world. By remembering the element of luck, we cultivate a life of humility, empathy, and generosity. 11. Don't rush. Life is not a race, it's a journey to be savored and explored. Stoicism teaches us to live in the present moment, appreciating the process rather than fixating on the outcome. Don't succumb to the pressure of having everything figured out immediately. Life will unfold in its own time, bringing a mix of joys and challenges. Embrace each phase with patience and curiosity. Rushing through life not only causes unnecessary stress, but also makes you miss the beauty of the present. As Epictetus advised, no great thing is created suddenly. Take time to reflect, learn, and grow at your own pace. Understand that it's okay to not have all the answers right now. Focus on making the most of each moment and let your path reveal itself gradually. By slowing down, you allow yourself to experience life more fully and meaningfully. This stoic approach encourages a balanced and fulfilling life, where each step is valued and each experience is a lesson. Embrace the journey and let go of the need to rush. 12. Don't seek happiness, as happiness is an elusive goal that often slips away when pursued directly. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from living virtuously and fulfilling our duties. Instead of seeking happiness, focus on leading a meaningful life. Engage in activities that align with your values, contribute to the well-being of others, and develop your character. Happiness, when it comes, will be a byproduct of a life well lived. Avoid the trap of constantly chasing pleasure or avoiding pain. These are fleeting and unreliable sources of joy. Instead, cultivate inner peace through self-discipline, wisdom, and compassion. As Seneca noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Shift your focus from seeking happiness to creating value and living with integrity. By doing so, you will find a deeper and more enduring sense of fulfillment. Let Stoic principles guide you, leading to a life of purpose where happiness naturally follows as a consequence of virtuous living. Your 20s are a time of exploration and growth, and these 12 lessons are your compass for navigating this transformative decade. Embrace each insight with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch how they shape your journey towards a more fulfilling life. If these lessons resonate with you, don't keep them to yourself. Like this video, share it with your friends, and join our community by subscribing to our channel. Together, we can continue to uncover wisdom and grow stronger every day. Your journey to a wiser, more purposeful life starts here. Don't miss out on the next steps. Hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for more enlightening content.
Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny, and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together, and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending, or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively, rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. it could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him. It was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The tell me more technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the tell me more technique in so many different settings, debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The tell me more approach isn't just a conversation tool, it's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limits subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life. Here are 10 terrible signs you are in a toxic friendship that you must know. Have you ever walked away from a conversation with a friend feeling drained, betrayed, or even worse about yourself? Toxic friendships are silent energy thieves, and they could be sabotaging your happiness and success without you even realizing it. Here's the shocking truth. Toxic friendships can harm your mental and emotional well-being as much as, or even more than, bad relationships. And the worst part? You might not even see the signs until it's too late. From constant criticism to subtle manipulation, these friendships leave you questioning your worth and doubting your instincts. Imagine what life would look like if you broke free from these bonds and reclaimed your energy and peace of mind. In this video, we're diving into the 10 terrible signs of a toxic friendship. We'll unpack each one with relatable examples and timeless wisdom to help you spot these red flags and take back control of your relationships. And stick around until the end, where I'll share a Stoic strategy that will empower you to protect your peace, no matter how difficult the situation. Let's get started. 1. Constant criticism and negativity. Friendships should be a source of encouragement and positivity, but when a friend constantly criticizes or demeans you, it becomes toxic. I've been there, excited to share a success or even a small joy, only to be met with sarcasm, judgment, or an outright dismissal. Over time, these small cuts pile up, leaving you questioning your worth or feeling like your achievements are never enough. Stoic philosophy offers a valuable perspective in dealing with such situations. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone habitually criticizes us, their words reflect more about them than us. Their negativity may stem from their own insecurities, frustrations, or inability to celebrate others' successes. Understanding this doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps us not internalize their words. There's also wisdom in Marcus Aurelius's reflection, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. For a long time, I allowed the opinions of others to shape how I saw myself. If they criticized my work or mocked my dreams, I'd question whether I was on the right path. But the Stoics teach us to ground our self-worth internally, not in the unstable approval of others. I learned to step back and ask, is their criticism constructive, or is it just noise? Most of the time it was the latter, but knowing this doesn't mean we should tolerate endless negativity. A true friend's feedback may sometimes be uncomfortable, but it should always come from a place of care and a desire to see us grow. Toxic criticism, on the other hand, is intended to diminish us. Seneca wrote, associate with people who are likely to improve you. If a friendship consistently drags you down, it's worth re-evaluating its place in your life. I began setting boundaries when I recognized this pattern in a past friendship. Instead of confronting their negativity with anger, I calmly expressed how their words affected me. Stoicism taught me to remain composed and intentional in my response. When they didn't change, I chose to limit my interaction with them, not out of spite, but to protect my peace. Ultimately, we can't control how others behave, but we can control the friendships we nurture. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, not those who tear you down. That's not just a wise choice, it's a Stoic one. 2. One-sided effort. A friendship should be a two-way street. When you're the one always reaching out, making plans or offering support, it becomes exhausting and unsustainable. I've had friendships where I felt like the glue holding things together, sending the first text, organizing meetups, or being the listening ear every time they needed to vent. But when I needed someone, there was silence. It felt like running a marathon while they casually strolled beside me. Stoic wisdom reminds us to evaluate relationships through a lens of rationality and fairness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees." A friendship that lacks mutual effort disrupts the harmony of both individuals. It leaves one person depleted while the other benefits without reciprocation. This imbalance is not just unkind, it's unhealthy. I used to justify one-sided friendships, convincing myself that maybe they were just busy or going through something. But Epictetus urges us to focus on what is within our control. Attach yourself to what is in harmony with your nature. If your natural state is to give and connect, yet someone continually neglects your efforts, that misalignment is worth examining. Their behavior isn't something you can control, but your choice to invest in that relationship is. Recognizing one-sided effort doesn't mean immediately cutting someone off. Instead, as the Stoics would advise, approach the situation with clarity and composure. Seneca reminds us, a gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I first communicated openly. I let them know how I felt, calmly and without blame, hoping for a shift. When nothing changed, I reduced my efforts, saving my energy for relationships that felt balanced and rewarding. This wasn't easy. Part of me feared losing the friendship altogether, but the Stoics taught me to accept impermanence. Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." I chose to redirect my love and care toward friendships that honored reciprocity, and in doing so, I found deeper fulfillment. Ultimately, a healthy friendship is about mutual care and effort. If you're constantly overextending yourself, pause and reflect. Is this a friendship or a one-sided obligation? Stoicism encourages us to invest wisely, not just in things, but in people. 3. Manipulation and control. Friendship thrives on trust and mutual respect, but manipulation and control poison that foundation. A toxic friend might use guilt, emotional blackmail, or subtle pressure to sway you into doing things their way. I've experienced this firsthand. A friend who would frame every request as a test of loyalty, or who'd act hurt when I set boundaries, making me feel like the villain for prioritizing my needs. Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools to navigate such dynamics. Epictetus reminds us, if someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. Manipulative friends often rely on emotional triggers, guilt, fear, or the desire to please. They count on our reactions to keep control. But when we pause and reflect instead of reacting, we reclaim our power. Their words and actions lose their grip on us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom also applies here. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In my case, I started to recognize the patterns. When my friend used guilt to control me, I asked myself, is this demand reasonable? Would they act the same way if roles were reversed? The answer was often no. By grounding my decisions in reason rather than emotion, I began to see their manipulation for what it was, a tactic, not a truth. It's crucial, however, not to respond to manipulation with anger or retaliation. Stoics advocate for calm and measured action. Seneca wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." When I confronted my friend about their behavior, I did so with composure, explaining how their actions made me feel and why it was affecting our friendship. This allowed me to set boundaries without escalating the situation. Still, not all manipulative relationships can be salvaged. If a friend refuses to respect your autonomy, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Epictetus advises, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. By stepping away, you set a standard for how you deserve to be treated, not just by others, but by yourself. Friendship should empower, not control. If someone's behavior feels like manipulation, it's a sign to reflect, act with integrity, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics would say, you cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. 4. Jealousy and competitiveness. True friends celebrate your victories as if they were their own. But in a toxic friendship, jealousy and competitiveness take the stage. I've been in situations where sharing good news, landing a job, achieving a goal, or even just a small success, was met with forced smiles or subtle attempts to downplay my accomplishments. Sometimes they'd turn the conversation back to their own achievements, or hint at why my success wasn't such a big deal. After all, Stoicism teaches us that envy is a reflection of inner turmoil, not of the person it's directed at. Seneca wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable. A friend's jealousy often stems from their fear of inadequacy, their struggle with their own goals, or their inability to measure up to their internal expectations." Recognizing this helped me see that their reactions weren't about me, but about their own insecurities. Still, it's not easy to deal with a friend who turns every moment into a competition. Marcus Aurelius provides guidance. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Their envy challenged me to focus on what mattered most, my own values and growth. Instead of seeking their approval, I began asking myself, am I proud of this accomplishment? Does it align with my goals? By shifting my perspective, I became less affected by their behavior. However, that doesn't mean tolerating toxic competitiveness indefinitely. As Epictetus advises, it is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. When jealousy repeatedly overshadowed our friendship, I addressed it. I calmly explained how their reactions made me feel, highlighting that a true friend's joy is multiplied by shared success, not diminished by it. In one case, this conversation improved the friendship. In another, it didn't. When their competitiveness remained toxic, I followed Seneca's wisdom. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. I chose to distance myself from that friendship, not with bitterness, but with an understanding that some relationships aren't meant to last. A friend's jealousy shouldn't dim your light or make you shrink yourself. A genuine friendship is a partnership in growth and joy. When competitiveness replaces camaraderie, Stoicism encourages us to focus on our path, maintain our inner tranquility, and seek relationships that uplift rather than undermine us. 5. Disrespecting boundaries. Healthy friendships. Respect personal boundaries, but toxic ones often disregard them. Maybe it's a friend who constantly interrupts your downtime, insists on knowing every detail of your life, or pressures you into situations you're uncomfortable with. I've been in friendships where saying no felt impossible because it would lead to guilt trips or passive-aggressive comments. Over time, this eroded my sense of autonomy and left me feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism reminds us that boundaries are essential for maintaining our inner peace. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Recognizing your own values, needs, and limits is the first step in setting boundaries. If you don't know what you stand for, it's easy for others to impose their expectations and desires on you. Marcus Aurelius offers wisdom for handling such situations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This doesn't mean letting others walk all over you. It means understanding that their actions are theirs to own, while your responsibility is to uphold your principles. When I encountered a friend who constantly pushed my limits, I had to practice self-discipline. Instead of reacting emotionally, I calmly and firmly restated my boundaries. Setting boundaries in a Stoic way means doing so without anger or resentment. Seneca advised, "Anger, an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured." When my friend ignored my boundaries, I chose not to retaliate, but to explain why those boundaries mattered. I said, "I value our friendship, but I also need time to recharge," or "I feel uncomfortable when you pressure me into decisions I'm not ready to make." This approach preserved my dignity and communicated my needs clearly. Sometimes, however, even after setting boundaries, the behavior doesn't change. In those cases, the Stoics teach us to accept what we cannot control. Epictetus reminds us, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. If a friend consistently disrespects your limits, it's okay to distance yourself. Doing so isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. Friendships thrive on mutual respect. When someone dismisses your boundaries, it's a sign that the relationship may not be as healthy as it should be. Stoicism empowers us to assert our values, protect our peace, and cultivate relationships where boundaries are honored. 6. Lack of empathy. A true friend listens, understands, and empathizes when you share your struggles or joys. But in a toxic friendship, empathy is often missing. You may notice they brush off your feelings, quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, or even mock your vulnerability. I've been in friendships where opening up felt pointless because I knew my emotions wouldn't be met with care or understanding. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of understanding others while maintaining our own peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This wisdom taught me to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration. A friend's lack of empathy might stem from their own struggles or a lack of emotional awareness. Recognizing this can help us avoid taking their indifference personally. However, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating such behavior endlessly. Epictetus advises us to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. When a friend consistently shows a lack of empathy, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. I realized that surrounding myself with people who cared about my feelings made a significant difference in my well-being. One way to address this issue is by modeling empathy yourself. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." When I noticed a friend's lack of empathy, I chose to respond to their struggles with understanding, even when they didn't reciprocate. This approach sometimes encouraged them to mirror that behavior back to me. But when it didn't, I understood that their emotional limitations were not my responsibility to fix. If a lack of empathy persists, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You can leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Life is too short to invest deeply in relationships that lack mutual care and understanding. Choosing to step away isn't about anger. It's about prioritizing your mental and emotional health. Empathy is the cornerstone of meaningful friendships. If someone consistently disregards your emotions, it may be time to distance yourself and seek connections that honor mutual understanding and support. Stoicism reminds us to act with kindness, but also with clarity and self-respect. 7. Gossiping about you. Trust is the foundation of any friendship, but when a friend gossips about you, spreading personal details, sharing secrets, or speaking negatively behind your back, it feels like a betrayal. I've experienced this before, discovering that someone I trusted had been sharing my vulnerabilities with others. It was like being stabbed in the back by someone who was supposed to have my best interests at heart. Stoic philosophy offers a steadying perspective in such moments of betrayal. Epictetus reminds us, "What other people say about you is not your concern. Your concern is what you think about yourself." While gossip can sting, it's important not to let it define your self-worth. Their words reflect their character, not yours. When I learned about a friend's gossip, I reminded myself that their actions were a result of their insecurities, not a judgment of my value. Seneca advises, "If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich." This principle taught me to detach from the opinions of others, including friends. Instead of obsessing over what they said or why they said it, I focused on whether I had acted in alignment with my own values. If my conscience was clear, their gossip lost its power over me. Confronting gossip requires courage and tact. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." When I approached the friend who had gossiped about me, I stayed calm and direct, explaining how their actions had damaged my trust. Instead of attacking them, I shared my feelings and allowed them to respond. This Stoic approach helped me address the issue without escalating it. Unfortunately, not all friendships recover from betrayal. As Epictetus teaches, he who is not a good friend to himself cannot be a good friend to anyone else. If a friend continues to gossip or fails to take responsibility for their actions, it's okay to walk away. Removing toxic influences from your life is an act of self-respect, not hostility. A true friend safeguards your secrets and speaks well of you when you're not around. If someone consistently breaks this trust, Stoicism encourages us to let go of resentment, protect our peace, and seek relationships built on loyalty and integrity. 8. Draining your energy. Spending time with a friend should leave you feeling uplifted and connected, not exhausted. But with a toxic friend, the opposite often happens. Whether it's their constant negativity, endless drama, or neediness, these interactions can feel like an emotional drain. I've had friendships where I left every conversation feeling more stressed than before, as though my energy had been siphoned away. Stoicism provides powerful insights for navigating such relationships. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. Teach them or bear with them." This reminds us that while it's natural to support a friend in need, there's a balance to maintain. If someone's constant issues are consuming your time and energy, you're not obligated to sacrifice your well-being. Stoicism emphasizes rational decision-making, not emotional martyrdom. One way I addressed this issue was by setting boundaries, something Epictetus often emphasized. He advised, "Know what you can bear and carry no more than your share." For example, when a friend frequently turned every interaction into a venting session, I calmly but firmly expressed that I couldn't always be available for their emotional unloading. Instead of cutting them off, I suggested specific times we could talk or offered other forms of support, like recommending a therapist or group where they could share their burdens more effectively. Seneca also offers wisdom for handling energy-draining relationships. Associate with those who make a better man of you. If a friendship leaves you feeling depleted instead of inspired, it's a sign to reevaluate its place in your life. I started prioritizing relationships that were more reciprocal, where I felt supported as much as I offered support. It's also essential not to respond with frustration or resentment. Stoicism teaches us to approach challenges with equanimity. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of being annoyed by my friend's behavior, I shifted my perspective. I saw their constant negativity as a reflection of their struggles rather than a personal attack. Ultimately, friendships should bring balance, not exhaustion. If a relationship consistently drains your energy, it's okay to step back and focus on connections that nourish your soul. As the Stoics teach, protecting your peace isn't selfish. It's essential for living a virtuous and fulfilling life. 9. Inconsistent loyalty. Loyalty is the bedrock of trust in a friendship. When a friend's loyalty wavers, being supportive one day and dismissive or hurtful the next, it leaves you walking on eggshells, unsure of where you stand. I've had friends who were dependable in good times but disappeared or acted indifferent during challenges. This inconsistency created doubt and made me question whether I could truly rely on them. Stoic wisdom offers a clear framework for dealing with such situations. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A loyal friend's actions reflect their inner principles. When loyalty is inconsistent, it's often because their priorities, values, or emotions fluctuate. Recognizing this helps you avoid taking their behavior personally. It's not about your worth, but their lack of steadiness. Seneca also advises us to observe relationships carefully. Trust is earned, not given. I've learned that loyalty isn't proven by grand gestures in moments of ease, but by consistency over time, especially during difficulties. When a friend's loyalty faltered, I took a step back and reflected. Were their actions truly aligned with the values of friendship I hold dear? If not, it was time to reevaluate how much energy I invested in that relationship. Addressing inconsistent loyalty requires courage and directness, but it should be done with the Stoic virtue of calmness. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of confronting my friend with anger or blame, I approached the issue with curiosity. "I've noticed you've been distant lately. Is something going on?" This opened the door to understanding rather than conflict. Still, some relationships may not recover. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste what remains of your life on what others think of you." If a friend's inconsistency continues to disrupt your peace, it's okay to step away. This doesn't mean holding a grudge. It means prioritizing friendships that foster mutual trust and reliability. True friendship is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but consistently. If a friend's loyalty wavers, reflect, address the issue calmly, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics teach, focus on cultivating relationships that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth. 10. Undermining your growth. Friendships should inspire and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. However, in a toxic friendship, your growth may be met with subtle sabotage, discouragement, or indifference. I've had friends who reacted to my efforts to improve with dismissive remarks, backhanded compliments, or even outright attempts to pull me back to old habits. It's as though my growth threatened their comfort zone. The Stoics remind us that personal growth is a central part of living a virtuous life. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." A true friend supports this process, but a toxic one often feels left behind or insecure about their own stagnation. Recognizing this helped me see that their attempts to undermine me weren't about my growth. They were about their fear of change. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I reflected on Seneca's advice. Associate with those who help you be your best. A good friend should celebrate your progress and encourage your efforts to improve. I began asking myself, does this friendship align with my values and goals? Does it support the person I want to become? If the answer was no, I knew it was time to reevaluate the relationship. Addressing this issue requires a Stoic approach, calm, rational, and composed. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Instead of accusing my friend of sabotaging me, I explained how their actions or comments made me feel. I shared my goals and why they mattered, giving them a chance to understand and support me. In some cases, this led to a deeper connection as they realized the impact of their behavior. In others, their resistance to change or continued negativity made it clear that the friendship was holding me back. As Epictetus teaches, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Letting go of friendships that undermine your growth isn't easy, but it's necessary for your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity, prioritize our values, and seek relationships that encourage our journey toward self-improvement. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. Toxic friendships can be hard to spot and even harder to let go of, but recognizing these red flags is the first step toward protecting your peace and building healthier relationships. Remember, true friends uplift and inspire, not drain or diminish you. As the Stoics teach us, we can't control how others act, but we can control the company we keep. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating relationships and living a wiser, more intentional life. I'd also love to hear from you. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced any of these signs in a friendship? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that helps all of us grow. Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care of your inner peace. It's worth everything. Life is a strange and chaotic journey, isn't it? You wake up one morning with a plan, a purpose, or at least you think you have one, and by lunchtime, the chaos of the world has left you adrift. I've seen it countless times. Good, hard-working people feeling lost, unsure of why they're doing what they're doing, questioning whether their lives have any real meaning. I've been there myself. But here's the thing. The chaos isn't the problem. The problem is our reaction to it. That's where Stoicism becomes your guiding light. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest thinkers in human history, wasn't just some philosopher cloistered away from reality. He was an emperor, leading a crumbling empire, battling constant wars, personal tragedy, and the weight of an entire civilization on his shoulders. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." When I first came across those words, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Here was a man facing struggles far greater than mine, yet he found clarity, purpose, and strength, not by controlling the chaos around him, but by mastering himself. He understood that meaning isn't something handed to you, it's something you construct. It's built brick by brick, decision by decision, on the foundation of what you value most deeply. Think of the last time life threw you off course. Maybe it was a bad relationship, a lost job, or a crushing disappointment. Ask yourself, did you focus on what was within your control, or did you let the chaos overwhelm you? That's the question Stoicism forces us to answer. And in that answer lies the first step toward reclaiming your purpose. Let's start with a simple question. What is Stoicism? Too often people misinterpret it as cold detachment or emotionless endurance, as if the Stoics were robots shrugging off life's challenges, but nothing could be further from the truth. Stoicism is about engagement with life, not avoidance. It's about becoming the best version of yourself in the face of adversity. Think about it. Life doesn't come with a user manual, does it? We stumble, we make mistakes, and we suffer. The ancient Stoics knew this. They didn't live in a utopia where everything went their way. They lived in a world as messy as ours. Seneca, for example, was exiled by a paranoid emperor, and Epictetus was born a slave. Yet these men didn't wallow in self-pity. They didn't point fingers at the unfairness of life. They asked, "What can I do right now with the circumstances I've been given?" Stoicism starts with one powerful idea. There are things in life you can control, and there are things you can't. That's it. It sounds simple, but think about how often we obsess over things outside our control. The weather ruins our plans, a friend lets us down, or a project at work doesn't go the way we hoped. We rage, we despair, we spiral. But the Stoics remind us, you have a choice. You can let these things dominate you, or you can focus on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your character. That's where your freedom lies. Marcus Aurelius didn't try to rewrite fate. He wrote himself into a better version of it. And that's the challenge for you. Not to change the world around you, but to master the world within. Only then can you begin to unlock your purpose. Now, let's break down Stoicism into 3 core principles that will help you build a purposeful life. These aren't abstract ideas, they're tools, practical, actionable, and proven over centuries. First, control and acceptance. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control, and it's as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. Think of all the energy we waste trying to control things beyond our reach, other people's opinions, outcomes of events, or even random acts of nature. It's madness. Epictetus put it plainly. Some things are up to us, and some are not. Focus on what's up to you, your choices, your actions, your mindset. Everything else? Let it go. Second, living in accordance with nature. This doesn't mean hugging trees, though that's not a bad idea. It means aligning your life with your innate purpose and the greater good of the world. Each of us has unique strengths, passions, and responsibilities. Purpose comes from embracing them. Ask yourself, are you doing what you're meant to do? Are you contributing, growing, and living authentically? When you are, life feels meaningful. When you're not, it feels empty. The Stoics knew this. Third, the 4 virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Wisdom to know what matters, courage to face your fears, justice to treat others fairly, temperance to avoid excess. These aren't just noble ideals, they're the pillars of a purposeful life. When you make decisions rooted in these virtues, you're living in alignment with your highest potential. Stoicism isn't meant to be read, it's meant to be lived. Here are 4 practical strategies to bring Stoicism into your daily life and unlock your purpose. 1. Morning reflection. Start your day with intention. Marcus Aurelius would mentally prepare himself by anticipating obstacles, writing, "Today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." By expecting challenges, you'll respond to them with calm and purpose, instead of being blindsided. 2. Journaling. Every evening, write down what you did well and where you fell short. Reflect on whether your actions aligned with your values. Over time, this practice will help you refine your decisions and stay focused on your purpose. 3. Voluntary discomfort. Challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. Skip a meal, take a cold shower, or try something new that scares you. This builds resilience and gratitude for what you already have. 4. Gratitude and perspective. When faced with difficulties, step back and see the bigger picture. Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." Hardships are opportunities for growth. Life is full of trials, isn't it? And when they come, we're tempted to label them as obstacles, barriers that block our progress. But the Stoics challenge us to see things differently. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the very thing you perceive as blocking your path is often the path itself. Think about the last time you faced a major challenge. Maybe you lost a job, struggled in a relationship, or battled self-doubt. In those moments, it's easy to feel defeated. But here's the truth. Those struggles are your training ground. They're the crucible where your character is forged. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Every difficulty is a hidden opportunity to grow, to become more resilient, and to move closer to your purpose. The Stoics didn't avoid challenges. They embraced them. They understood that life's trials are not interruptions to our journey, but integral to it. Your obstacles don't define you. Your response to them does. And when you choose to face them with courage and purpose, you turn adversity into an ally. We live in an age of constant distraction. Social media, consumerism, and endless comparisons pull us in 100 different directions. It's easy to feel like you're running in circles, chasing things that don't truly matter. But Stoicism offers clarity. The Stoics teach us that purpose comes from within, not from the approval of others or material success. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Reflect on how you spend your time. Are you focused on what aligns with your core values, or are you caught up in fleeting pursuits? Finding purpose doesn't mean making a dramatic life change overnight. It means making small, intentional choices that align with what truly matters to you. If you value family, make time for them. If you value creativity, carve out space to create. Purpose isn't a destination. It's a daily practice of living in accordance with your values. Let's make this real. Grab a pen or simply reflect for a moment. Write down 3 values that matter most to you. Think deeply. What principles guide your decisions? Examples might include honesty, compassion, or growth. Next, identify one way you can embody each of these values today. Be specific. For example, if you value honesty, commit to having an open conversation you've been avoiding. Finally, choose one small action you'll take immediately. Remember, purpose isn't found in grand gestures, but in consistent, meaningful steps. This exercise isn't about finding all the answers right now. It's about starting a conversation with yourself, one that will guide your actions moving forward. The Stoics remind us that life is a series of choices. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that defines your character and your purpose. Purpose isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you create by aligning your actions with your values. I'll leave you with the words of Marcus Aurelius. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. You are part of something vast and beautiful, and your life has meaning because you choose to give it meaning. Take what you've learned today and start small. Reflect, act, and grow. The obstacle is the way, and the way leads to purpose.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem unshaken by life's storms, while others crumble at the first sign of trouble? The secret lies in an ancient philosophy that has stood the test of time: Stoicism. Inspired by the teachings of Epictetus, Stoicism offers practical wisdom to remain unaffected by external chaos. Today, we're diving into 12 Stoic principles that can help you cultivate inner peace and resilience. Let's embark on this journey with a curious mind and an open heart, ready to transform our lives from within. Power of acceptance. Imagine you're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Your heart races and frustration builds. Now pause. What if, instead of fuming, you accepted the situation calmly? By recognizing your emotions and understanding the problem, you can redirect your energy toward finding solutions. Perhaps you use the time to practice deep breathing or plan your next steps. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up. It means choosing a response that leads to positive action. When we embrace the power of acceptance, we unlock a pathway to inner peace and effective problem solving. Acceptance is a fundamental Stoic principle. Epictetus, a former slave turned philosopher, taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control our reactions to them. This mindset shift allows us to maintain our composure and focus on what we can influence. Consider Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison under harsh conditions. Instead of succumbing to bitterness, he accepted his situation and used his time to strengthen his resolve and vision for a united South Africa. His acceptance and resilience transformed him into a global symbol of peace and forgiveness. Living according to nature. Picture a tree in the forest. It doesn't struggle against the wind or resist the changing seasons. It grows in harmony with its environment, finding strength and purpose in its natural state. We, too, can find a meaningful life by living in harmony with nature. This means understanding and accepting our limitations, finding peace in simplicity, and aligning our lives with our true essence. By embracing the natural flow of life, we can cultivate a sense of contentment and purpose, much like the tree that stands tall through all seasons. Living according to nature involves recognizing and respecting the natural order of the world and our place within it. This principle encourages us to live authentically, embracing our true selves without pretension or resistance. Consider the life of Henry David Thoreau, who spent 2 years living simply in a cabin near Walden Pond. Thoreau's experiment in simple living and self-sufficiency was an effort to reconnect with nature and understand life's essentials, reflecting the Stoic ideal of living according to nature. Mind control. Consider a skilled surfer riding the waves. They don't control the ocean, but masterfully navigate their board with discipline and focus. Similarly, controlling our thoughts and reactions is crucial for inner peace. It's about cultivating self-discipline and staying present. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of being swept away by emotions, take a moment to breathe and center yourself. By mastering your mind, you can navigate life's waves with grace and stability, maintaining peace even amidst turmoil. Epictetus emphasized that while external events are beyond our control, our thoughts and responses are within our power. This mastery of the mind enables us to maintain equanimity regardless of external circumstances. Take the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl describes how he found mental strength by focusing on his inner life and purpose. Even in the horrific conditions of a concentration camp, his ability to control his mind and find meaning in suffering exemplifies this Stoic principle. Overcoming fear and dishonor. Think about a time when you felt embarrassed or fearful. Often, it's not the event itself, but the meaning we assign to it that causes distress. By focusing on self-improvement and inner peace, rather than seeking external validation, we can overcome these feelings. For instance, if you stumble during a presentation, view it as a learning opportunity rather than a personal failure. Shift your perspective to see every challenge as a step towards growth. By doing so, fear and dishonor lose their power over you. Stoicism teaches that fear and dishonor are products of our judgments. By changing our perceptions and focusing on our internal values rather than external opinions, we can overcome these negative emotions. Consider Eleanor Roosevelt, who transformed her initial shyness and fear of public speaking into a strength. Through dedication and self-improvement, she became a powerful advocate for human rights and a respected public figure. Her journey illustrates how overcoming fear and dishonor can lead to significant personal growth and impact. Exercising restraint. Imagine holding a cup of hot coffee. If you grip it too tightly, you risk spilling it. Similarly, exercising restraint in our emotions and actions leads to inner peace and strength. Recognize your emotions, but pause before reacting. Respond mindfully, considering the consequences. This practice not only prevents unnecessary conflicts, but also helps you build stronger relationships, like holding that coffee cup gently yet firmly. Practicing restraint allows you to navigate life situations with balance and grace. Exercising restraint or temperance is about moderating our impulses and desires to maintain inner harmony and avoid unnecessary turmoil. Mahatma Gandhi practiced restraint through his commitment to nonviolence and civil disobedience. Even when faced with aggression and injustice, Gandhi maintained a disciplined and restrained approach, which ultimately led to India's independence and inspired movements for civil rights and freedom across the world. Firm purposes. Think of a lighthouse standing tall against a storm. It's a beacon of guidance and strength. In life, having firm purposes acts like that lighthouse. Challenges will come, but a strong sense of purpose helps you navigate through them. Reflect deeply to define your goals and values. Stay committed to these, even when faced with adversity. Your firm purposes will act as your guiding light, helping you to remain steadfast and resilient, no matter the circumstances. Having firm purposes provides direction and resilience in the face of challenges. It helps us stay focused on our goals and values, regardless of external pressures. Martin Luther King Jr.'s unwavering commitment to civil rights and social justice exemplifies having firm purposes. Despite facing significant opposition, threats, and personal sacrifices, his steadfast dedication to his cause inspired profound social change and left an enduring legacy. Response to criticism. Imagine being in a crowded room with voices all around. Among the noise, a friend offers constructive feedback. How do you respond? The key is to control your reactions to others' opinions, understand your motivations, and develop patience. If someone criticizes you, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow rather than a personal attack. This mindset allows you to respond with gentleness and composure, turning criticism into a tool for self-improvement. Stoicism teaches us to view criticism as a means for self-improvement rather than a personal affront. By controlling our reactions, we can use feedback constructively. Abraham Lincoln faced harsh criticism throughout his presidency, particularly during the Civil War. Instead of reacting defensively, he often listened carefully and used constructive criticism to guide his decisions. His ability to respond thoughtfully to criticism contributed to his effectiveness as a leader. Anticipating obstacles. Think of a seasoned traveler packing for a journey. They anticipate weather changes, roadblocks, and detours. Similarly, in life, preparing for potential difficulties helps us face them calmly. Envision challenges you might encounter and plan accordingly. Balance your emotions with logic to stay prepared. By anticipating obstacles, you can approach them with a clear mind and a steady heart, much like a traveler ready for any adventure. Anticipating obstacles, or premeditatio malorum, is a Stoic practice that involves preparing mentally for potential challenges. This foresight helps us remain composed and ready to handle adversity. Consider the approach of NASA engineers during the Apollo 13 mission. When an oxygen tank exploded, they were able to calmly and effectively solve the life-threatening problem because they had anticipated potential issues and prepared for various contingencies. Their foresight and preparation saved the lives of the astronauts and ensured the mission's safe return. Dealing with insults. Recall a time when someone's words stung. It's not the insult itself, but our perception of it that causes pain. Use these moments for reflection and growth. For example, if someone calls you lazy, instead of reacting defensively, consider whether there's any truth to it. Use it as a chance to improve yourself. By viewing insults as opportunities for self-betterment, you transform negative experiences into powerful catalysts for personal growth. Dealing with insults involves reframing our perspective and using the experience for self-improvement rather than letting it harm our self-esteem. Oprah Winfrey faced numerous insults and criticisms early in her career, particularly regarding her background and appearance. Instead of letting these comments undermine her, she used them as motivation to improve herself and build a media empire. Her resilience and ability to grow from criticism have made her one of the most influential figures in media. Choosing your response. Imagine holding a remote control to your emotions. You have the power to choose your response to criticism. When faced with negative feedback, recognize your emotions, but don't let them control you. Seek inner strength and practice forgiveness. By consciously choosing your response, you maintain your peace and integrity. This power of choice ensures that you remain in control of your reactions, no matter the external circumstances. Choosing your response is about maintaining control over your reactions and emotions, ensuring that you act in alignment with your values and principles. Malala Yousafzai, after being shot by the Taliban for advocating girls' education, chose to respond with forgiveness and continued her activism. Her choice to promote peace and education, rather than succumbing to fear and anger, has made her a powerful voice for human rights and earned her the Nobel Peace Prize. Gratitude. Picture a jar you fill with pebbles, each representing something you're grateful for. Over time, the jar overflows, symbolizing a heart full of gratitude. Focusing on what you have, rather than what you lack, helps maintain a positive outlook and inner peace. Practice daily gratitude to strengthen your mental resilience. By regularly acknowledging the good in your life, you create a foundation of positivity that can withstand any challenge. Gratitude is a powerful practice that fosters a positive mindset and resilience. By focusing on the good in our lives, we can maintain inner peace and joy. Dick Vujicic, born without arms and legs, practices gratitude despite his physical challenges. He focuses on what he can do rather than what he lacks, inspiring millions with his motivational speeches and positive outlook. His life demonstrates how gratitude can lead to a fulfilling and impactful existence. Self-reflection. Envision a quiet moment at the end of your day, a time set aside just for you. Regular self-reflection promotes personal growth and understanding. Reflect on your thoughts, actions, and emotions. Identify areas for improvement and celebrate your progress. This practice not only enhances self-awareness but also fosters continuous growth. By making self-reflection a daily habit, you nurture a deeper understanding of yourself and your journey. Self-reflection is a key Stoic practice that involves regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and motives to foster personal growth and self-awareness. Benjamin Franklin practiced daily self-reflection, recording his successes and failures in a journal. He assessed his progress toward living by his 13 virtues, continually striving for self-improvement. This habit of self-reflection contributed significantly to his personal and professional achievements. In summary, Stoicism, as taught by Epictetus, emphasizes the power of our reactions, preparation for challenges, and living in harmony with our true nature. By applying these principles, we cultivate resilience, inner peace, and a meaningful life, unaffected by external turbulence. Engage with the Stoic community to share experiences and continue growing together, transforming your life with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. How Miyamoto Musashi Solved Anxiety. Part 1. The Legend Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the halls of history, was not just a master of the sword, but also a profound philosopher. His life, marked by relentless duels and unyielding discipline, offers more than tales of battlefield valor. Musashi's true genius lay in his ability to conquer not only external foes, but also the internal battles we all face, particularly anxiety. Anxiety, that invisible and unpredictable adversary, can be overwhelming, yet Musashi approached it with the same strategic mind he applied to his swordsmanship. Imagine a world where every step could be your last, every shadow hides a potential threat, and every breath could be your final one. This was Musashi's reality. His environment was a crucible of constant danger and strife, demanding not only physical prowess, but immense mental fortitude. Through his writings and teachings, we gain insight into how he mastered his inner world, transforming anxiety from a crippling force into a manageable challenge. In this exploration, we will delve into Musashi's strategies for overcoming anxiety, drawing parallels between his time and ours. By understanding his approach, we can learn to see anxiety not as an invincible enemy, but as an opponent that can be understood and ultimately outmaneuvered. Musashi's wisdom, forged in the fires of his turbulent life, provides us with timeless tools to face our own battles with anxiety. As we journey through his teachings, let us embrace his Stoic philosophy and discover how to live with the calm and clarity that defined his legendary existence. Part 2. Defining anxiety. Anxiety is a specter that haunts the corners of our minds, an unseen enemy that strikes without warning. It is invisible, unpredictable, and overwhelming, a formidable opponent in both historical and modern contexts. But what if we could approach anxiety with the same strategic clarity that Miyamoto Musashi applied to his battles? Musashi, in his time, faced constant threats. Each day was a test of his survival, demanding vigilance and readiness. He recognized that the mind, much like the body, must be trained and disciplined to confront such relentless pressure. To Musashi, anxiety was not an insurmountable force, but a challenge that could be dissected and understood. He did not shy away from acknowledging his fears. Instead, he named them, studied them, and crafted strategies to counter them. This approach demystifies anxiety, stripping it of its overwhelming power and reducing it to a manageable foe. By defining anxiety in clear terms, Musashi shifted the battle into a realm where he could exert control. He imagined standing on the precipice of a great challenge, heart pounding, mind racing. In such moments, Musashi's wisdom guides us to pause and reflect. What is this fear? What are its roots? By naming and understanding our anxieties, we can begin to see them not as shadowy figures lurking in the dark, but as known entities. This shift in perception transforms anxiety from an undefined dread into a puzzle that can be solved. Musashi teaches us that with deep understanding and respect for our inner fears, we can strategize effectively against them. In doing so, we reclaim our power and transform anxiety from a paralyzing force into a catalyst for personal growth and mastery. Part 3. Musashi's approach to anxiety. Miyamoto. Musashi's life was a relentless pursuit of mastery, not just over his opponents, but over his own mind. In the face of near constant danger, Musashi cultivated a mental discipline that allowed him to confront anxiety with a clear and strategic mindset. He treated anxiety as he would any worthy adversary, with respect, but without fear. This nuanced approach is what set him apart, enabling him to maintain calm and clarity even in the most precarious situations. Musashi's philosophy was grounded in the belief that true strength lies in understanding oneself. He advocated for a deep introspection, a practice of acknowledging and naming one's fears. By doing so, Musashi could strategize against these fears with precision. This method is akin to preparing for a duel, knowing the terrain, timing, and the opponent's tactics. For Musashi, anxiety was no different. It was an opponent that required understanding and preparation. Consider the battlefield of the mind. When anxiety strikes, it often feels like an ambush, catching us off guard. Musashi's approach teaches us to anticipate these attacks. He encourages us to recognize the signs, understand our triggers, and prepare our responses. This preparation transforms anxiety from a chaotic force into a series of predictable patterns. By dissecting our fears and planning our counterattacks, we can face anxiety with a strategic calm. Musashi's legacy is one of relentless preparation and mental fortitude. His teachings remind us that anxiety, like any other challenge, can be managed through understanding and strategy. By viewing anxiety as a known opponent, we shift the battle into more manageable terms. Musashi's wisdom offers us a path to transform our fears into a source of strength, allowing us to face life's uncertainties with the calm and clarity of a seasoned warrior. Part 4. Strategizing against anxiety. In the world of Miyamoto Musashi, every battle was a matter of life and death. Yet, it was not just his physical prowess that ensured his survival, it was his strategic mind. Musashi approached every duel with meticulous preparation, understanding that the key to victory lay in knowing both the terrain and his opponent. This same strategic approach can be applied to our battle with anxiety. Musashi's life was a continuous study in the art of war, both external and internal. He understood that the mind could be a battlefield where anxiety often strikes without warning. To counter this, Musashi developed a methodical approach. Dissecting anxiety much like planning for a duel, he emphasized the importance of understanding the triggers that set off anxiety, analyzing our reactions, and preparing our responses. Imagine facing a formidable opponent in the arena of your mind. Anxiety looms large, unpredictable, and overwhelming. Musashi's strategy teaches us to break down this adversary into manageable parts. He knew the importance of studying the terrain, recognizing the situations and thoughts that trigger anxiety. Timing was also crucial, understanding when anxiety was likely to strike. By preparing responses in advance, Musashi turned uncertainty into calculated steps. This strategic approach demystifies anxiety, reducing it from a monstrous force to a puzzle that can be solved. By applying similar scrutiny to our fears, we learn to anticipate and prepare. Musashi's teachings guide us to transform our approach from one of avoidance to active engagement. With awareness and preparation, we take control back from anxiety, making it less overwhelming and more like a challenge to be met with confidence and clarity. Musashi's legacy of strategic thinking provides a powerful tool set for modern-day anxiety. His methodical approach reminds us that with preparation and understanding, we can turn the tide in our favor. By dissecting anxiety and preparing our minds, we can face life's challenges with the calm and precision of a master strategist. Part 5: Solitude and Reflection. Miyamoto Musashi's years of solitude were not a retreat from society, but a deliberate strategy to sharpen his mind and spirit. In the quietude of isolation, Musashi found the clarity that comes from uninterrupted reflection and self-confrontation. This period of solitude was essential for honing his skills and crystallizing his philosophical beliefs, enabling him to face life's challenges with unmatched discipline and focus. Musashi understood that true mastery requires a profound understanding of oneself, which can only be achieved through dedicated time for introspection. He advocated for moments of solitude where one could meditate, reflect, and confront inner fears without the distractions of the external world. This practice allowed Musashi to cultivate a resilient mind, capable of facing even the most daunting adversaries with calm and clarity. In our fast-paced modern world, finding time for solitude can be challenging, yet it is crucial for managing anxiety. By carving out moments each day or week for quiet reflection, we can tune into our inner selves and gain a deeper understanding of our fears and anxieties. These periods do not have to be long. Even short durations can be profoundly effective. The key is consistency and intention. Musashi's wisdom encourages us to practice meditation, write in a journal, or simply sit quietly and allow our thoughts to flow. This dedicated time for self-reflection helps build a stronger, more resilient mind. It fosters a habit of introspection that enables us to face life's challenges with the same calm and clarity that defined Musashi's legendary discipline. Through solitude, we gain the ability to confront and understand our fears, transforming anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable aspect of our lives. Musashi's practice of solitude and reflection is a testament to the power of inner peace and self-awareness, guiding us to live with the calm and precision of a true warrior. Part 6: Relentless Progression and Personal Evolution. Miyamoto Musashi's philosophy of the way is a testament to his belief in relentless progression and personal evolution. He saw life as a constant journey of self-improvement, where each step forward, no matter how small, was a victory over past limitations. This mindset is particularly relevant in managing anxiety, as stagnation often heightens feelings of unrest and uncertainty. Musashi's life was a continuous quest for self-betterment. He viewed every challenge as an opportunity to grow and evolve. This relentless pursuit of improvement can be applied to our modern lives, especially when dealing with anxiety. By setting small, achievable goals, we can create a sense of purpose and control, which is essential for alleviating anxiety. Consider the power of incremental progress. Musashi believed that even minor advancements were significant as they built momentum and reinforced the capacity to manage larger challenges. This approach helps to shift our focus from the overwhelming nature of anxiety to the joy of continual achievement. Each small victory becomes a stepping stone, leading to greater confidence and reduced anxiety. To integrate Musashi's philosophy into our lives, we should begin by identifying areas where we desire improvement, whether personal, professional, or otherwise. Breaking these down into manageable, concrete actions allows us to tackle them daily or weekly. Celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor, helps to build momentum and reinforces our ability to manage challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that the true battle is within ourselves. By focusing on personal development and overcoming previous limitations, we enhance our skills and gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This relentless progression not only fosters a productive mindset, but also diminishes anxiety by replacing the fear of stagnation with the joy of continual growth. Musashi's philosophy guides us to embrace the journey of self-improvement, transforming our approach to anxiety and leading us towards a life of purpose and resilience. Part 7. Acceptance of life's impermanence. One of Miyamoto Musashi's most profound teachings is the acceptance of life's impermanence. He viewed the fleeting nature of existence not as a source of despair but as a liberating force. This acceptance allowed him to live fully in the present, unburdened by the fears of the future or regrets of the past. Embracing this mindset can significantly reduce anxiety, fostering a sense of peace and clarity. Musashi's understanding of impermanence is encapsulated in his advice to accept everything just the way it is. This simple yet powerful statement encourages us to embrace life's changes without resistance or unnecessary strife. By accepting the transient nature of all things, we diminish the power that fear and anxiety hold over us. This mindset helps us focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. Incorporating this acceptance into our daily lives begins with mindfulness practices such as meditation. By observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment, we cultivate a habit of acceptance. This practice reinforces the understanding that most worries are temporary and that we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and composure. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that by accepting life's impermanence, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to control every aspect of our lives. This acceptance reduces anxiety, allowing us to live more fully in the present. It helps us to understand that circumstances change, and so do our anxieties. By focusing on the present moment and embracing the ebb and flow of life, we can achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Musashi's acceptance of impermanence is a powerful tool in managing anxiety. It reminds us that life's changes are inevitable and that by embracing them, we can live more fully and purposefully. This perspective transforms anxiety from a paralyzing force into an opportunity for growth and serenity. Through mindfulness and acceptance, we learn to handle life's uncertainties with the calm and clarity of a true warrior. Part 8. Importance of preparation. Miyamoto Musashi's victories were not solely the result of his combat skills, but also his extraordinary commitment to preparation. He meticulously planned every aspect that could be controlled, understanding that thorough preparation reduces uncertainty and anxiety. Musashi's approach to preparation underscores the importance of being well prepared to face life's challenges with confidence and composure. Musashi believed that if you know the way broadly, you will see it in everything. This insight highlights the power of comprehensive understanding and preparation. By being well prepared, we can anticipate challenges and respond effectively, minimizing anxiety. This approach applies not only to physical battles, but to any modern-day challenge, be it a job interview, an important meeting, or a personal project. Imagine approaching a daunting task with the same meticulous preparation that Musashi applied to his duels. This involves organizing tasks, setting realistic deadlines, and rehearsing scenarios in your mind or through role-playing. Such detailed planning transforms anxiety into a structured plan of action, fostering a sense of control and readiness. Preparation also involves breaking larger tasks into smaller, manageable steps. By setting realistic deadlines for each step, we create a roadmap that guides us through the process. This methodical approach helps to reduce feelings of being overwhelmed and instills a proactive mindset. By anticipating potential obstacles and preparing solutions in advance, we face challenges with a heightened sense of confidence. Musashi's commitment to preparation teaches us that readiness is a key factor in reducing anxiety. By thoroughly preparing for our daily tasks and responsibilities, we can transform uncertainty into confidence. This proactive approach not only reduces anxiety, but also empowers us to tackle life's challenges with the strategic precision of a seasoned samurai. Through detailed preparation and strategic planning, we can face life's uncertainties with the calm and confidence that defined Musashi's legendary discipline. His teachings remind us that by being well prepared, we can navigate life's challenges with clarity and composure, turning anxiety into a manageable and even empowering force. Part 9. Musashi's concept of the way. Miyamoto. Musashi's philosophy of the way embodies his belief in relentless progression and personal evolution. He viewed life as a continuous journey of self-improvement, where every step forward, no matter how small, represented a victory over past limitations. This mindset is particularly relevant in managing anxiety, as stagnation can heighten feelings of unrest and uncertainty. Musashi's life was a testament to this relentless pursuit of growth. He saw each challenge as an opportunity to evolve and refine his skills. This approach can be incredibly empowering when applied to modern life, especially when dealing with anxiety. By setting small, achievable goals, we create a sense of control and purpose, which are essential for mitigating anxiety. Consider the power of incremental progress. Musashi believed that even the smallest advancements were significant because they built momentum and reinforced our capacity to manage larger challenges. This method helps shift our focus from the overwhelming nature of anxiety to the satisfaction of continual achievement. Each small victory becomes a stepping stone to greater confidence and reduced anxiety. To integrate Musashi's philosophy into our lives, we should start by identifying areas where we desire improvement, whether personal, professional, or otherwise. Breaking these down into manageable, concrete actions allows us to tackle them daily or weekly. Celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor, helps build momentum and reinforces our ability to handle challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that the true battle is within ourselves. By focusing on personal development and overcoming previous limitations, we enhance our skills and gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This relentless progression not only fosters a productive mindset, but also diminishes anxiety by replacing the fear of stagnation with the joy of continual growth. Musashi's philosophy guides us to embrace the journey of self-improvement, transforming our approach to anxiety and leading us toward a life of purpose and resilience. Part 10. Transforming approach to anxiety. Musashi's approach to anxiety is revolutionary. Rather than avoiding it, he engaged with it directly. He viewed anxiety not as an insurmountable barrier, but as a challenge that could be understood and strategically managed. This shift from avoidance to engagement is crucial in transforming how we handle anxiety. Musashi teaches us to dissect our anxiety, much like planning for a duel. This involves recognizing the triggers, understanding our reactions, and preparing our responses in advance. By breaking down anxiety into manageable parts, we can develop a strategic plan to address it. This demystification of anxiety transforms it from a chaotic force into a structured challenge that we can approach with confidence and clarity. By using Musashi's methods, we learn to anticipate anxiety, prepare for its arrival, and respond effectively. This proactive approach turns anxiety into a known entity, a puzzle to be solved rather than an overwhelming threat. Musashi's teachings empower us to take control, transforming anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable and even empowering aspect of our lives. Part 11. Living fully and purposefully. Musashi's philosophy emphasizes living fully and purposefully, undeterred by the fear of death or the unknown. He believed in the importance of a life lived with intent and clarity, free from the shadows of unaddressed fears and anxieties. His powerful statement, "Do not fear death, fear only the half-lived life," encapsulates this belief. Living fully requires confronting and understanding our fears. Musashi's teachings encourage us to embrace life's fleeting nature, reducing anxiety by focusing on the present and what we can control. By accepting impermanence, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to secure every aspect of our lives, which is often a significant source of anxiety. Practicing mindfulness and acceptance helps us live more fully. Observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment allows us to understand that most worries are temporary. By embracing life as it comes and focusing on the present moment, we can achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Conclusion. As we confront our own battles with anxiety, Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers a powerful guide. His life, marked by relentless discipline and strategic brilliance, shows us how to transform anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable challenge. Musashi's teachings, meticulous preparation, strategic reflection, relentless self-improvement, and acceptance of life's impermanence provide practical tools for mastering our inner fears. By viewing anxiety as a known opponent, we shift from being overwhelmed to actively engaging with our challenges, adopting the calm and precision of a seasoned warrior. Imagine facing each day with Musashi's clarity and resilience, turning anxiety into an opportunity for growth. Embracing his methods, we become more focused, resilient, and at peace with life's uncertainties. This is Musashi's true genius, transforming our fiercest battles into moments of insight and strength. As we carry forward this warrior's legacy, let us focus on our passions, hone our crafts, and let the results follow naturally. In doing so, we honor Musashi's wisdom, finding serenity in chaos and strength in adversity. Let Musashi's journey guide us to a life of resilience, purpose, and inner peace.
Once upon a time, the seeker's journey to peace. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the foot of misty mountains, there lived a young man named Akio. Though admired for his diligence and ambition, Akio felt a gnawing emptiness that no achievement could fill. Despite his youth and accomplishments, he was restless, yearning for something he couldn't quite name. One spring evening, after a day of toiling in the fields, Akio found himself wandering away from the village. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the landscape in serenity, yet Akio's heart was anything but calm. The path he chose was unfamiliar, winding through hills dotted with cherry blossoms. The air grew cooler as he climbed, carrying the mingling scents of pine and blooming flowers. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its moss-covered stones exuding an air of timeless wisdom. The gates were slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Inside, an elderly Zen master named Ryokan was tending to a rock garden. His movements were deliberate, his focus unwavering as he smoothed patterns in the sand with a wooden rake. There was an aura of peace about him that both intrigued and calmed Akio. Hesitating only briefly, Akio stepped closer. Akio, "Excuse me, master. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Ryokan, looking up with a warm smile. "Not at all, young one. What brings you to this quiet place?" Akio, "I feel lost. My life is full of effort and ambition, but something is missing. Despite my achievements, I can't find peace. Can you help me?" Ryokan, gesturing to a bench beneath a cherry tree. "Sit with me, young one. Peace is not something you find, it is something you cultivate. Let me share with you 5 lessons that have guided me on my own journey." Lesson 1. Live in the moment. As they settled under the blooming tree, Ryokan began. Ryokan, the root of most suffering lies in our inability to be present. We are either caught up in regrets about the past or consumed by fears of the future. But the only moment we truly have is now. Akio, I understand, but my mind is always racing. How do I quiet it? Ryokan, smiling gently. Start with your breath. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Sit quietly for a few minutes each day and focus on your inhalations and exhalations. When your mind wanders, gently guide it back. Over time, you will find your thoughts settling like ripples on a pond. Ryokan paused, then continued. Ryokan, mindfulness is not just about sitting still. It's about being fully engaged in whatever you're doing. When you eat, savor every bite. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. Even mundane tasks can become profound when done with presence. Akio, I often rush through my days, barely tasting my food or noticing my surroundings. Perhaps that's why I feel so disconnected. Ryokan, exactly. Tomorrow, try eating your breakfast slowly, savoring each bite. You'll find that even simple acts can bring immense joy when done mindfully. Akio, nodding, I will. It seems so simple, yet it feels like it could make a big difference. Lesson 2. Embrace change. Ryokan picked up a cherry blossom that had fallen at their feet. Ryokan, do you see this flower? It reminds us of life's impermanence. Everything changes, Akio. Seasons shift, rivers carve new paths, and even mountains erode over time. Resisting change only creates suffering, but when you accept it, you find freedom. Akio, I understand that change is inevitable, but it's difficult to let go when it's painful. Ryokan, start by observing nature. Watch how trees shed their leaves without resistance, trusting that new growth will come. Reflect on how changes in your own life have led to growth or opened new opportunities. Acceptance is not about giving up. It's about understanding and trusting life's flow. Akio, thoughtfully, I've been holding on to expectations of how my life should be. Perhaps it's time to let go. Ryokan, yes, young one. When you release what no longer serves you, you create space for what truly matters. Ryokan leaned forward, his tone softening. Ryokan, think of a river. When a rock blocks its path, the water doesn't stop. It simply flows around it. Life is much the same. Adaptation is the secret to resilience. Akio, that's a beautiful way to look at it. I'll try to embrace change with more courage. Lesson 3. Surrender control. The master leaned back, gazing at the stars emerging in the twilight sky. Ryokan, one of life's greatest illusions is control. People plan and worry, thinking they can dictate every outcome. But life is unpredictable, and the tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. Akio, but if I don't try to control things, won't everything fall apart? Ryokan, chuckling softly. Focus on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort. Let go of the rest. Trust the flow of life, much like crossing a river. You can't control the current, but you can choose how to navigate it. Akio, frowning. It sounds simple, but it's hard to let go of the need to control everything. Ryokan, hard, yes, but liberating. When you surrender the illusion of control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress. Life often unfolds in ways we cannot predict, and sometimes those surprises are gifts. Akio, I've spent so much time trying to perfect everything. Maybe it's time to trust more. Ryokan, indeed. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about making room for possibilities beyond your imagination. Lesson 4. Cultivate gratitude. Ryokan reached into his robe and retrieved a small notebook. Ryokan, I keep this journal to remind myself of life's blessings. Each evening, I write down 3 things I am grateful for. Gratitude shifts your perspective, Akio. It turns what you have into enough. Akio, but what if I don't feel grateful? Ryokan, start small. Be grateful for the food you eat, the air you breathe, the roof over your head. As you practice, you will see more and more to appreciate. Gratitude is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Akio, smiling faintly. I'll try it tonight. It's such a simple habit, but I can see how it could change the way I view my life. Lesson 5. Create a sanctuary. The master gestured to the tranquil surroundings of the temple. Ryokan, your environment reflects your mind, Akio. A cluttered space breeds a cluttered spirit. If you wish to find peace, start by creating a peaceful environment. Akio, how can I do that? Ryokan, clear the clutter from your home. Surround yourself with items that bring you joy. Add natural elements like plants or stones. Create a small corner for reflection where you can retreat when life feels overwhelming. Your outer world shapes your inner one. Ryokan smiled and pointed to a simple stone lantern in the garden. Ryokan, even small touches like this lantern can bring calm and focus. Your sanctuary doesn't have to be elaborate. It simply needs to reflect your desire for peace. The transformation. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the temple, Akio felt a profound shift within him. The master's words were simple, yet deeply resonant. Akio, thank you, master. I will carry these lessons with me and nurture them. Ryokan, remember, peace is not a destination, it is a practice. Be patient with yourself and trust the journey. In the weeks that followed, Akio applied the teachings to his life. He practiced mindfulness, embraced change, and surrendered control. He found joy in gratitude and created a serene space in his home. Slowly, the restlessness that once plagued him gave way to a profound sense of peace. Word of Akio's transformation spread, and soon others sought him out for guidance. Like the master who had taught him, Akio shared these lessons, becoming a beacon of hope for those seeking inner calm. And so, the young seeker became a teacher, proving that peace is not found in the world around us, but cultivated in the quiet strength of the heart. Akio often returned to the temple, not as a student, but as a friend of the master. Together, they continued their discussions, enriching each other's understanding of life. Over time, Akio realized that his journey was not just about finding peace, but about inspiring others to embark on their own paths to tranquility.